Friday, so it's another day, another dollar. I am a little late getting started, later than I normally do. I had maintenance to do around the house, which, you know, if you're a homeowner, there's nothing better than knowing that you're in the situation where you need to maintain a gate that you don't even want, but you by law have to have. So, however many years ago, I mean, God, I've owned this house for 10 years. It's kind of weird. Other than my childhood home, this is the house that I've lived in longer than anywhere else that I've ever lived. And it's like shit. I had to laugh. All the little bits and bobs and stuff needing to get done. I was like, man, I wish there was a fucking adult around here to do this shit. And I said, oh fuck. I am the adult around here. I'm the asshole who has to do this. So I had to fix a gate. I had to order the algae spray for the side of the house. Yeah, you servant maintain this, right? No shit. So it was comical because I'm like, this is not how I want to be spending my Saturday morning, right? But I have to keep the gate because I have a hot tub. In this subdivision, if you have a hot tub, then you need to have a gate around it. They cut me a break because they're like, you technically don't have a self-closing gate. I'm like, guys, fuck off. I have security hatches on my hot tub. Don't fuck around with this bullshit. Like, don't fucking make me install $4,000 worth of gates for a house I don't even want to be living in. Like, luckily the homeowners association, they only do like 2 checks a year. And I always know when they're coming, so I just make sure my gates are shut. During the winter season, I lock one of them because the landscaper doesn't need to come in, so I just leave the other one unlocked. But then I had, like, you know, I hate the Midwest. We get that algae shit that grows on our house, and we have to maintain that. That is awful. Where the hell am I live? Oh, I'm live on the wrong damn channel. I hate when that happens. That's okay though. It'll get caught up. I really wish the patch for Once Human had dropped because I have some free time today. I don't know if I'm going to have free time next week, but I have free time right now. So it would have been really nice if the patch had dropped. They're once again, with Once Human, they're once again redoing the whole introductory gameplay loop. I don't understand their logic behind constantly redoing the starting point of the game. Like, you know what I'm saying? Put your efforts into more content. They're changing pretty much blueprints, how we get blueprints, how we get gear. They're taking, and these are changes that should have happened a lot sooner. What I will say is, my entire time playing this game, I have never made tier 4 gear. There's no point in making tier 4 gear. You generally are already level 40 by the time the zones open up to get tier 4 and tier 5 parts. So why would you waste your time making tier 4 gear when you would get when you can just make tier 5 gear? So I do respect the fact that they're trying to slim down. You said they're attempting to ease people into the game better. You wish Bungie would iterate on their game's onboarding features. That's where I think they're doing this, because they're about to launch onto console. So their belief system is probably, all right, we've had all these complaints for all these years about our game. So what we're going to do is, before we launch to console, we're going to clean some of that up, which is good. But The sad part is when you're an existing player, you don't want to hear that their efforts are directed towards new players. You don't mind if they throw the new players a piece, but throw the existing players like every other bone. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're going to do this stuff for the new players, that's great, because all games need sustainable, supportable populations. But also, don't forget about us, right? Don't forget that we've been playing too. We've been here since the beginning as well. Like, give us something. And this is where I think I cannot believe I'm about to say this. It scares the shit out of me to say this, but NetEase is becoming one of the best publishers, which still leaves a lot of room to be a lot to be desired. But they're working on making the player acquisition funnel worse. Can you help me make sense of lifting sanctions on Iran? Sure. There is a very logical reason why Donald Trump is lifting sanctions on Iran. He has no idea how to be fucking a foreign affairs president. He knows how to... I liken Donald Trump's leadership style to the seagull theory. He swoops in, he makes a lot of noise, he shits on everyone, and he leaves without ever being productive. I don't understand what the fuck he's doing. I don't get why he believes lifting sanctions is a good idea. He has managed to piss off all of America's allies. When even the little small European countries are like saying no, you know you done fucked up. Like he has to know at this point. There's got to be one person in his inner circle looking at him saying, "Look, you fucked up." There's your own heads of counterterrorism, national security have both said there was no credible threat to the United States from Iran at this junction. So why are we spending $200 billion? But that's what happens when you fill the government with a bunch of people who have double-digit IQs at best, like J.D. Vance, Kash Patel, Pete Hegseth. If the three of them combined have an IQ of 180, I would be shocked. Now, I appreciate Kash Patel a little bit more than the other two because he at least reasonably understands how to play the game. He answers questions very well. I'm sorry, I can't comment on that. That's related to an ongoing investigation. That's the right answer for the director of the FBI to say. I can't comment on that because there's still litigation that has to come. Cool. But I think I think America has lost its fucking mind entirely. Because a senator will ask Kash Patel something, and he will say, well, I'm more than happy to answer that in a classified setting. And then the senator, when you're in the military, and somebody says, I'm more than happy to answer that in a classified setting, that generally means, hey, dumb shit, you just asked a question you're not supposed to ask. Okay, there we go. Now I have volume. But the rest of the time, I don't think Cash Patel knows what the fuck's going on. I'm drinking Arnold Palmer 50-50 lemonade mix and sweet tea. It has 10 calories in it. I really do not like plain water. It has taken me a long time to get used to plain water again. Because in the military, we drink plain water, but it's laced with fucking chlorine from the water buffaloes. And I don't really care for water. It has taken me about 9 years of retirement to be able to enjoy a glass of water. But like I said, because for years and years, being out at field sites at CASIFs, Contingency Aeromedical Staging Facilities, we have an 8,000 gallon water buffalo that's chlorinated to shit. And then, it's all you can drink. You don't have, other than the electrolyte powder in your MREs, you don't have access to anything else. And God help you if you are in the field and you're drinking a soda, you'll get your ass kicked. I used to sneak soda into the gearbox, and I got caught. I may have gotten caught once or twice with a Dr. P in a field environment. Yeah, I also live. Oh shit. Oh motherfucker, I don't have adrenaline shots. How do I not have adrenaline shots? I live in a town with really shitty water as well. So that's the other problem. We have an ice maker, like the Sonic ice maker. I have to make my ice with that from a gallon. This town, the water here is terrible. Why? What the fuck is going on here? Let me get out of this corner. I think the corner is because of the problem. They make you drink, yeah. What's the one in, Georgia? Is that Benning? I did a joint exercise there once, with the Army learning how to bring, yeah, that's Benning. That sounded right. I did a joint exercise down there once, and the trick is we were teaching the Army how to bring patients to a CASIF, but you're on an Army post, so you know what? It might have been Gordon. But either way, you're on an Army post, and so you have to follow their rules. But the rules sound... Oh, I see he dropped me shots. Thanks, appreciate that. I don't know why I don't have any. Oh, you did drop them. There you go. Appreciate it. Air Force people don't like to be on Army posts because they don't like following their rules. I know. I never cared. You want me drinking water? It's not gonna kill me. It's probably good for me. But then again, we were at that exercise in Georgia, and we were on the flight line at the airport, and it was a private airport, but they had a little breakfast bar. So I used to get up before everybody else. I used to walk over to the breakfast bar and get like a breakfast sandwich, and then we were staying in a hotel, right by a Waffle House. So I would just go get food at the Waffle House. Cause man, there ain't no food like Waffle House food. Let me tell you. killed me? Oh, the fucking red shit out of the ceiling. But no, I got a lot of stuff done today. I made myself some steak and eggs. I started the day off with a nice big old... I'll take you. You might be clean. Probably not. Started the day off with a nice big old steak and 3 fried eggs and fixed the gate, went for a walk, ordered air filters, ordered the algae scrub. So, yeah, that pick look, yeah. I got, Jalon got his steak cooking groove back. I saw you were, I think it was you. Hold on, was it you? No, you were talking about the carbs thing. Don't worry if you don't hit your daily carbs. Carbs are you don't have to hit your daily carbs. Just need enough carbs to be able to work out. Hitting your protein and hitting your fiber. If you hit your protein, you hit your fiber, then you're hitting what you need to hit. I'm in the next cycle of weight loss now. Hopefully. So you've been experimenting with sweet potato. I like sweet potato. My wife doesn't particularly care for it, and I'm not going to go through the hassle of making sweet potato anything if my wife's not going to eat it. My wife is very country girl steak and potatoes. You need some spice to balance the sweetness. Well, why are you eating sweet potatoes then? Sweet potatoes are supposed to be your sweet treat. It's supposed to give you that hit of sweet treat. Man, I do not want to go anywhere with all these Kick bots. Kick has way too many bots. Not a big deal today because I don't have the embedded chat, but shit, yesterday I must have banned 50 bots off my Kick channel. Just... They would not go the fuck away. Oh my god, he right on the money got me. Dropped that red shit right on me. All I have to say is, can we please get an MMO to launch? I'm not a huge fan of sugar sweet stuff. I'm more of a savory person. I wanted to see if there's a way I could enjoy some sweet potatoes. That's a good question. I don't know of a way that you could... I don't personally know with a way to do savory with a sweet... Holy Christ. On a sweet potato. Turmeric, maybe? Some paprika and some turmeric, but I don't know if that would balance out the sweetness of the sweet potato. Like I said, I don't cook with sweet potatoes. My family doesn't like them. Rosemary? What about those GLP-1 shots? I was taking Zepbound for a while. And then I was getting good results because it wasn't just about losing weight, it was about losing body fat percentage. And Zepbound was working, but then it's no longer covered. So I'm not gonna pay several $100s for a weight loss shot. The truth of the matter is, my weight loss problem is behavioral. I don't need a weight loss drug. I just need to stay disciplined. Yeah, I just gotta lock in. That's the big problem for me. My problem is that I love sweets. I absolutely love sweets. No, no, we're not doing that again. I unfortunately can no longer fast. I can do intermittent fasting only for about 14 hours. I have one more checkup before the doctor will clear me to intermittently fasting because I nearly died last year. I was admitted to the hospital. My body went into ketosis and my asshole of a body went into ketosis and then wouldn't come out of it. My body was like, nope, get fucked. And yeah, so I can do about 14, 15 hours. That's normally why if I'm streaming and I'm planning on going long, you'll see me like scarf down something. Even a coffee from Starbucks is enough because it has milk in it. It kicks you out of ketosis. But yeah, last year, I was really, really sick. And my body would not come out of ketosis. Because I was doing intermittent fasting every day. I was doing 16-hour fasts. My body was like, nope. We're just gonna say fuck you. We're gonna say fuck you and die. Yep, my body I wasn't digesting any of the food that I was eating. So I wasn't allowed to have any food for like 3 days. Living on banana bags and at the hospital, and then when that finally settled down, it was like, here's your broth. Oh, and let me tell you, I have a newfound sympathy for diabetics. I have a newfound sympathy for you fuckers. Oh my God, did I resent having my finger pricked every 4 hours. I was just like, no, man, at this point, I'm just going to start stabbing myself with a fucking sewing needle. That fucking punch thing is obnoxious. Fuck off, man. Get away from me with that thing. Like, my wife says it's not bad because after a while she has calluses on her fingertips. I did not like that piece of the experiment at all. But that is, you got to find the silver lining and everything. The good thing was because I had all that testing done when this neuropathy shit started, they were like, well, we have to eliminate diabetes. And I was like, well, if you check my medical record, they eliminated diabetes last year. And they're like, did they? I'm like, yeah, it's all on my medical chart. They're like, cool, that makes it easy. But yeah, I will say, I have, oh my God, I'm a fucking diapotamus today. You can get stuck in ketoacidosis, which is the opposite, too much sugar. Yeah. I gotta switch gear. I don't know what it is today. I need hit points today. And they did all this. You asshole, fucking bastard. I'm trying to get fucking hit points there. It's one of those days, man. Oh, I'm so glad that the sanity gummies work so fucking well now too. That's great. Yeah, sleeping on the job. my wife got the EverSense implant, and she's happy with that. That's working better than her Dexcom was working, so I'm happy for that. It's letting us figure out a little bit more precisely what was going on with her sugar problem. Any Ashes of Creation updates? Yes. Ashes of Creation update number 1. I really can't stand Steven Sharif. The more that I see coming out about Steven Sharif, the more I can't stand the guy, and here's why. Steven Sharif is over on his Discord flexing because a TRO got upheld. TFE Games motioned to get the temporary restraining order lifted, and the case, they had the case about it. They had the hearing about it, and the judge decided to keep the TRO in place. So Steven's over on his Discord flexing the flex icon, and it's like, dude, you didn't win some monumental legal fucking battle. You had a judge say, hey, you know what, that TRO that I put in place, I think that TRO is a good TRO and we're gonna leave it in place. Like, that's all the like, there was no need to be doing this flexing shit. I don't believe that man gives a shit about anybody but that man. I think he only cares about preserving his reputation, and I have really bad news for him. There is no outcome where his reputation isn't dog shit. Like, dude, you scammed people out of $120 million. Like, your gross mismanagement of your company is why you lost your company. Like, he's got people convinced. There are people who are literally convinced Steven is going to get the IP back, that he's going to get the company back. Steven's big fucking concern should be not going to fucking jail. Like, you missed, like, the worst part is they got, from the evidence I've seen, a district attorney is probably just waiting in the wings to see who testifies to what. And then I would not be shocked if on the last day of the California case, no matter what the outcome is, Steven's walking out and he's met by a couple of, police officers, and he's under arrest for embezzlement. Dude, you grossly mismanaged a company to such an extent that people can't make heads or tails of your fucking accounting books. People in white collar crimes get light sentences and slaps on the wrist. Hey, Quantum Traveler, I'd like you to disprove your own statement by going online and looking up federal prison on Maxwell Air Force Base, because that's a white collar prison and it's smack dab in the middle of a fucking Air Force Base. They get light sentences, but they still get jail time. Martha Stewart's a great example of it. They still do go to jail. And I think jail would kill Steven. I think any guilty verdict in a criminal courtroom would kill Steven, because he would no longer be able to spin it. When things were bad, they looked bad. But I never could have imagined that was the caliber of human being he is. Like, dude, you had no problem basically taking $120 million buying your house with it, commingling funds, selling skins that you knew then you weren't going to be that way. Like, I understand incompetence isn't criminal, but what he did wasn't just incompetence. Like, they've given 3 concrete examples of where Steven took company money and either used it for self-enrichment, self-betterment, or didn't leave anything that looks like a paper trail for what the hell he used it for. And again, I've talked about on the show, there's things that you can do, things that you can't do, and things that you shouldn't do. You shouldn't enrich yourself in a project like that with other people's money. Like paying yourself a $300,000 a year salary, you can do that. You can. It's not against the law. But you shouldn't do it. Especially when you said, I'm not taking a salary. Well, if you say you're not taking a salary, then what you shouldn't be doing is taking a salary. Rail's beating the shit out of me today. In the interactions that I've had with Steven, no, I don't think they were authentic or genuine at all, because he basically, I caught him the first time bullshitting, and what I did for him is I knew he had lied, so I asked him very pointed interview questions so that he could clear the slate and like, hey man, there's at least one person making content for your game that knows that you were bullshitting. Here is the not the softball lollipop question, but here is the easy teed up question. You can answer it now and don't do that shit again. Don't be like, oh, there's 115 people working on Ashes of Creation, and what it really is a third-party company called Stormmancer that has 22 engineers. Well, those engineers aren't working on your project. Those engineers are working for Stormmancer. They might be refining Stormmancer specifically for your needs, but they're not working on your project. They're working on their product. Their product's improvement helps Ashes, but you grossly misrepresented the truth. Also, knowing full well that, like, how can I put this? Steven can get as mad at me as he wants with the things that he calls toxic vitriol. But dude, you're not smart. You didn't create a separate LLC for your creative writings, for your lore creation, to protect it from the overall corporation. Like, you're not smart. And Steven probably has got rich guy syndrome. And I've seen it 1,000 times. I've seen rich guy syndrome and I've seen rank syndrome. And just because you outrank me doesn't mean you're better at this job than me. It just means you've been doing the job longer than me. And that's not the same thing as being better. It's like I had a boss who said, the boss was cool as shit. He was a lieutenant colonel. He wasn't a lifetime LRO. He was a terminal officer. And then when they conjoined 7 AFSCs together, all of them got grandfathered into being logistics readiness officers. There was a big hoopla going on when we did Operation New Dawn and Vigilant Protector. And my squadron commander came to me and he said, on paper, I'm in charge, but functionally right now, you need to take the ball. He's like, I can go down to the cargo yard. I can go down to the air terminal. I can run that piece. But he's like, right now is not the time for me to be fumble fucking through learning how to be. He's like, we've got two operations right on top of each other. So he went and did the thing he could do. I went and did the thing I could do. And then at the end of it, on paper, it looked like he was the commander. And that's all it needs to be. But he was the type of leader that knew, I'm out of my depth. It's like that scene in, Remember the Titans, where the defensive coach, goes into the locker room at halftime and says, Herman, I could sure use your help. Coach Henry's kicking my ass. That's good leadership. Like, hey, I can't do this, so get me some help. Steven had access to 20 or 30 community members that had all the skill sets he needed to help him. The big one that he had was Grinning Jack, who has 10 or more years in the industry. He offered to come in and help lay out some stuff. And they hired Margaret instead. Well, Margaret did a very good job of marketing Ashes of Creation the way you market a streamer. But Margaret used to fight with people, and I used to be like, hey, you know what? Fucking pendeja. I have more years of experience doing marketing than I think you have years of experience working. How about instead of you being an adversarial fuckhead, you maybe, I don't know, have some humility and be like, hey, you've got 15 years experience in marketing. What am I doing wrong? What could I be doing better? If you've never read it, it's a great book. We Were Soldiers Once and Young is the story of that Mel Gibson was in We Were Soldiers. The thing about it is Hal Moore used to say, 3 strikes and you're not out. There's always one more thing you could do. I had a wonderful commander, the first colonel I had, when he retired, he said in his retirement speech, he said, always remember, good is the enemy of best. Best is the enemy of better. I don't speak Spanish. I did speak Spanish 6 years ago. I taught in a back-of-the-yard Chicago school. Now I just remember a couple of fucking derogatory phrases. But I used to speak Spanish. My wife gets upset because I listen to... my wife is Mexican. Now check this shit out. My wife is Mexican. And we'll be driving in the car, and my playlist has Spanish songs in it. And she'll be like, what the hell are we listening to? And I'll be like, hey, it's Spanish. You should speak this. And she's like, shut up. What you got, little lethal rabbit? A 5.4 clean? Ooh, I'll take that. A 5.4 clean is amazing. Thank you. This makes this run all the worth it. I wonder if he didn't hire better people because they knew that they would recognize, they'd spot the scam. That's exactly why Steven didn't want to bring me on board. I offered to work for hotel space and food and no salary. When you need me to be out in California, I'll fly out to California. Just feed me and house me. That's it. You don't even have to put me in a hotel. You got a spare bedroom? Cool. I just need a place to sleep. I just need food. I would have gone out, I would have set up his 12 Ps. I would have set up his company. I'd be like, okay, when you need me next, let me know. I'll be here. Otherwise, I'll be at home, being retired. Like, the very first thing I would have told that man is, you need to put your intellectual property in its own LLC and lease that intellectual property back to Intrepid. If he had done that, Robert Dawson's lawsuit right now would have been a lot for naught, because Robert's not gonna sue you and treat you that way if he knows that the company doesn't own Vera, doesn't own the race names, the class names. Sure, it's not a huge thing for them to turn around and have to redo all those, but what it does is it creates a specific delineation between you're driving the ship and the people that hostilely took over your company. And I think the really big important thing to remember is when I talk negatively about Robert Dawson, I'm not talking negatively about Robert Dawson for him taking control of Intrepid Studios. That was 100% his purview to do. I speak negatively about Robert Dawson because I've gone and researched Robert Dawson. Yeah, Steven was absolutely afraid of me revealing the truth. That's why Steven discredited me, because he said I'm masquerading the truth. That's why Steven referred to me in a PM with other people as a jackass. Like, dude, I'm only a jackass because I figured it out. I'm only a jackass because I'm making content that makes you look bad. But the trick is, I'm not the one making you look bad. You're the one making you look bad. Look at the size of that gun in Mr. Wish's hands. Come on, dude, go. Oh, he's around the fucking corner. God damn it. But no, like, I brought, like, Margaret fucking, I'm glad she's out of the video game space. I'm glad she's working at an energy company. She's working at a scam energy company, which makes me fucking laugh to no end. You'll have to bother Karthos for the details on that. He researched that company, but I recognized its name. But it should tell you something about Margaret's qualifications. Because she ended up taking a game outside of, a job outside of the gaming industry. So that should let you know what the people inside the gaming industry thinks about her. Like, oh, Margaret Crone's a free agent now. If she was great, she would have gotten gobbled up. She left the industry. That says an awful lot. It says an awful lot. But my concern for a lot is the developers, like the rank and file developers who got completely fucked out of their money. The game industry sounds pretty awful to work in right now. It is. The game industry is fairly awful to work in right now. That is true. And part of it, and I'm gonna say this, and it's gonna offend people, and I don't give a fuck. I'll keep saying it. If you play Ashes of Creation, if it comes out under a new publisher, under a new developer, if you play Ashes of Creation, you have every right to do so, but you forfeit the right to ever say you support the game industry. You also forfeit the right to ever complain about the game industry. If you play Ashes of Creation, you literally are saying it's okay for a developer to fuck over 210 people. Robert Dawson needs to be on full notice that no one's gonna play it, so that the buyer of the game is on full notice that no one's gonna play it. Nobody should play Ashes of Creation unless it is fully developed by Intrepid Studios after Intrepid Studios compensates all those employees that they fucked over. And I don't mean just pay them what you owe them. I mean going along and fixing the problems you caused in their life. There are Intrepid Studios developers who are homeless. Somehow there's 9 people in the game right now. Well, it could be people that have never ever logged off. The launcher is broken. But it could be people who have never logged off. It could also be, I'm guessing here, it's possible that there are people who have alternative access means into Ashes. Oh my god, a coffee. Thank you so much. But like, oh shit. I don't wish anything ill on the developers. And I've talked to a few of the developers since this whole bullshit began. And some of them said, Jay, the things you said about the game were disheartening to hear, were demoralizing to hear. Okay, I'm sorry you have an external locus of control. I'm never going to apologize for calling a pile of shit a pile of shit. And some of them are like, well, you don't understand. I was like, I do understand. I understand that you were building what you were told to build in the way you were told to build it. Then that means I'm not talking about you. Then that means I'm not talking about your work. If you're taking it personal because I'm saying what you've been directed to build is dog shit, well then you have an external locus of control. Yeah, you can do a great job on a shit product. And it's like I used to say to people, does it do what you were told to make it do? Yes. Then you did a great job. You just have a shitty leader. You're following a shitty vision. Like, for example, I worked in a shop where one morning at like 4 o'clock in the morning, my work cell phone was blowing up like The Godfather, and it was my NCOIC in charge of load plans said, "Are you aware of what the other lieutenant did?" I think it was, "Are you aware of what the other fucking lieutenant did?" And I was like, "No, what happened?" He deleted all the real world load plans. I'm sorry. He fucking did what? He deleted all the real world load plans. I'm on my way. So I got dressed, I walked in, and I said, what the fuck's up? He deleted all the real world load plans and all the backups. I looked at the lieutenant and I said, why would you do that? Well, I didn't know what I was doing, but those load plans were interfering with the exercise planning. And I didn't give a shit. I looked right at the tech sergeant who controlled access to the program, and I said, take away his access to the program. And his jaw just kind of hit the ground. I don't give a fuck, man. You just fucked us as a base. I'm not covering for you. You're a big boy. You made a decision. He tried to throw the enlisted under the bus. And I was like, oh no, not today, motherfucker. Not today. We're not throwing the enlisted under the bus because they did what you told them to do. Own that shit. You fucked up. Own it. I don't blame, like, McP for why the engineering doesn't work. I blame Steven for not listening when people told him what you're trying to build isn't fucking feasible. Now, I also blame Steven because he hired people. Steven hired people who were lying to his ass because Steven wanted to be lied to. You're gonna, let's just be honest. Intrepid Studios is gonna crack dynamic gridding on a budget of 120 million when Cloud Imperium, Robert Space Industries, Star Citizen, they haven't cracked dynamic gridding with $1 billion budget. I'm sorry. Did IQs drop off while, you know, I was on one of my 6-week hiatuses? How the fuck is a ragtag team of developers going to crack with a $120 million budget that dynamic gridding is only a small part of, when another development studio can't do this, and they have 1,500 developers? And when you have people saying to you, dynamic gridding isn't the answer you think it is, but because Steven is a snake oil salesman, he sells hopes and dreams with charisma. But then he dodges questions from people like me who say, okay, I've spent the last 3 months getting smart and talking to developers and picking people's brains and asking questions, and my only 2 words that I have to say to you is content density. And I shouldn't have to say any more words than content density, and you should already be able to argue why your dynamic gridding is going to solve that problem. And he never could, and he never did. And before Lex took the wiki down, I went and I scoured every transcript of every live stream, and all I put in was dynamic gridding. And I went and read every single thing, every single paragraph during every live stream where they talked about dynamic gridding. And nowhere in any of it did they ever talk about how dynamic gridding was going to solve the content density problem. And yet Steven wonders why some people love him still and some people hate him. It's because you're a fucking liar. You sold snake oil. And you had no problem doing it. You had no problem looking people in the eye. And then this week somebody said, what other news do we have? Lazy Peon decided to make a video about Ashes of Creation where he apologized, and the comments in that video, he got fucking destroyed. Well, you know what? If Lazy Peon hadn't been so I'm gonna be a fucking millionaire on my referrals and had actually been objective, people might have said, oh, he got bamboozled too. And I saw somebody's comment, maybe not on the video, but they maybe have made it to me. They said, I don't give a shit if the guy got bamboozled. He should have seen the warning signs. He chose not to see them. So he chose to keep shilling a product. And guess what? That person's not wrong. You made a conscious... Oh, your cats. I was like, what the fuck is in there? You made a conscious choice to not want to look. Oh my god, I beat Rail and Damage for a change. Holy shit. Like, you didn't know because you didn't want to know. And I don't think he's a bad person for it. Robert Mueller just passed away and Trump just truthed. Robert Mueller just died. Good. I'm glad he's dead. He can no longer hurt innocent people. Our fucking president is a goddamn embarrassment. You should never be glad anybody is dead. You should never, like, anybody dying, they should be treated with respect and reverence. You know who Trump reminds me of? Steven. Oh yeah. I'm gonna say this. If Steven Sharif ended up in the Epstein files, you would not be able to color this face surprised. I would not be shocked. He can't say he didn't know. He made that video about you being negative and pointing out all that shit. Yep, well. Yup. I didn't know that things were so wrong. Well, maybe instead of dismissing what other creators are making, you look at what other creators are making and maybe dig into it. But see, that's why oh yeah. Dude has an interesting relationship with the truth, is high on his own ego, and craves being loved. Yeah, I think the big problem we have is, before we can hold people like Steven Sharif accountable, gamers, we have to hold each other accountable, because the reason why the situation got so bad is because, and I hate using neo-millennial Gen Z speak, but I'm gonna do it on this one. Steven didn't have fans, he had simps. Steven, I swear to God, Steven could have come out and he could have said, hey guys, we're running into some funding issues. I need like $3 million to keep working on the game. And you would have had, as long as he gave them something, Steven could have raised $3 million selling whatever if he had just asked, because he's got that many simps. Like, contact the guy that got the Ashes of Creation tattoo on his leg. All they had to do, man, was think about it. Get the merchandise. Like, remember the Plague Doctor, the Plague Doctor stuffy and the little Blue Knight stuffy and the Goblin mug. If he had just fucking instead of trying to do 19 things at one time, if he had just worked on getting those things up and running, they would have made enough money to continue funding the game. I have no sympathy for Steven because he lied, he cheated, he stole. And I know some people are going to say, well, you don't know that to be true. I know it to be true enough that somebody testified to the account. The thing for me is I didn't know isn't a reason for bad actions. I remember when talking about Steven's lawsuits, the fact he had investors and then he was possibly breaking a law with you. Oh yeah, the fact that I put that the Ashes of Illusions video is 6 months old. I tried to put out a warning, hoping a larger content creator would pick up that one and run with it, and instead, what Steven did was Steven used Narc to bump me out. Steven used Pirate Software to bump Narc out. And the truth is, Steven didn't know what to do with himself when Asmongold went cold on the game. It makes all the more sense to me now. All the times Steven would reach out and say, I think you're going a little bit too negative. This is the reason why developers don't show their products. It's because I think Steven was fucking terrified that Jason Karamanis or Robert Dawson were going to reach out to me and say, hey, you're really critical of Ashes of Creation. What do you know? Could you imagine if in 2019 Jason Karamanis had reached out to me and been like, hey, you don't seem to be sucking on the titty. I'd like to talk to you about Ash. I'd like to let you know I'm the investor. Could you imagine how much this would have blown up if Jason had reached out to me in 2019? Jason would have $9.5 million more in his wallet because I would have been like, Jason, that's not what this guy is saying. Yeah, he would have cut the game off. And that's what Steven was terrified of. I'm not going to say that Ashes of Creation was a pyramid scheme because it wasn't, but Ashes of Creation was definitely a Ponzi scheme because Steven needed to keep making money he needed to keep getting new money to show that there was money coming in, to let the old money know that there was revenue streams. But at the same time, I'm glad Robert Dawson, Jason Karamanis, and all these other assholes lost $120 million. Because they clearly had $120 million they didn't give a shit about. Who the fuck puts $80 million into a venture and doesn't know fuck all from fuck all? If you told me that you have a buyer for your product, I'd be like, cool, I want to be in that meeting. Oh, you can't be in the meeting? Then I don't believe you have a buyer. If I'm your largest investor and you won't let me be in the meeting, and then allegedly Robert Dawson advised Steven to not take the multi-$100 million deal because the product in the end would be worth more. You know, that doesn't really sound like a guy that makes money the way Robert Dawson makes money. I'm 80 million in and somebody's offering 160 million. I'm done. Sell. Because I doubled my money. Or I almost doubled my money. I got to split that other money with the other key principals. But I've increased my money in a large denomination. Yeah, there's no other perspective. Steven ran his company into the ground. He then bombed it on his way out because he didn't feel like he was being treated fairly. Oh yeah, that's the other thing that pisses me off. But there's, and in case something mysteriously happens to me, there is one individual in my community that I have given for safekeeping the document that I have from inside Intrepid Studios. In case I get hit by a bus, in case somebody hits me with a bus, in case my heart attack happens. One other person in my community has this document I have. It is pretty clear from this document that Robert Dawson only cares about one thing at this point in getting $300 million. Robert Dawson, his plan was to spend $12 million between January and September, button up the game, and push it out for publication. That was his plan. It's documented. Robert Dawson, in a I believe it is a Slack message, specifically and deliberately planned to not pay the WARN notice. The WARN money. He was dumb enough to fucking put that on paper. What was your process improved? Was my process improvement idea listened to? Without revealing what I worked on for Steven, I worked on an analysis for Steven. He didn't follow it. And after he did what he was going to do anyway, he ended up within less than an hour reverting it and being closer to what I had said and was way far away from his original plan. I know that's a lot of ambiguity, but I have an NDA, so I can't go into more details. But what I will say is, after Steven got approximately $20,000 worth of CPI analysis, he still chose to do it his fucking way, and within an hour, flipped it and went to my fucking, closer to my way. Steven is that rich guy who thinks because he's rich, he's intelligent. And Karthos and I have talked about this ad nauseum. People like Karthos and I could have as much money as Steven and Robert Dawson, but we were raised by parents that had morals, and we were taught to be good human beings, not fucking scumbags. We take our 10%. I will say you were the first person I heard say correctly how Ashes would collapse. Yep. I don't get talked about in that Discord nearly as much or as often now because nobody wants to say, well, shit, Jay was right. I've never had him out-heal my damage. No one spends as much time as Steven does on personal reputation damage control without being fully ego-driven. Oh yeah, absolutely not. Oh, that's... because these two fucking things are there. Yeah, people said I was crazy, I was a lunatic, I'm just an asshole, I'm bitter, I'm jaded. I would love to see what Narc has to say about this, but I think he proves Steven wrong every day. He just stays away. Oh yeah, Narc has absolutely no reason. There is no benefit for Narc to even comment on Ashes of Creation. Remember when Steven said, I would be well within my rights to sue Narc? What did I always say about why as long as I didn't go too far into Wild, why, Steven was never going to try to take any legal action against me. And I outright said it so Steven would know, so he didn't have to think too hard. Go ahead and sue me for slander, libel, or defamation of character. Because then I get discovery. Then that means I have every right to subpoena every record of your company in regards to the statements I've made. So what state, or the statements you're claiming are untrue. So what statement that I'm making is untrue. Remember, I talked about that personal chef shit when it was going on. Like, dude, you can't have a personal chef this way. It's fucking bullshit. The man is a narcissist. And I'm never ashamed to say shit like, Steven doesn't need to get into an argument with me because he's a narcissist, and I have the entire handbook for how to disarm narcissists because I used to teach domestic violence prevention, and I used to teach dealing with narcissistic abusers. Steven is a manipulator. And there's nothing wrong. Okay. Marketing is manipulation. Advertising is manipulation. There's nothing wrong with manipulation as a tactic, 50,000 foot view. But there's certainly lots wrong with using manipulation to advance your own personal goals at the expense of other people. Like, you manipulate a process, you manipulate an output, you manipulate a standing, a viewpoint. Like, you manipulate words. What's Ashes of Creation Apocalypse? Is it a game or is it a testing environment? Well, okay, that's manipulation. But what he did was so far beyond that. He basically gaslit the community to make them think I was a fucking lunatic. Yeah, I noticed that. I saw that you were using the Rising Sun, so I thought maybe you weren't using that build, but yeah, you're not. It's stunning them. It's not pulling them all together. No, political questions are fine. I'm kind of just bored today. What happens to MAGA after Trump is gone? Do they latch onto someone else or slowly dissipate? That is a really, really, really dangerous question, Jedi. And the reason I say it's a really dangerous question is MAGA could very easily latch on to somebody else. And as bad as Trump is, there are some worse people. Without Charlie Kirk being alive, who was the scaffolding around Make America Great Again, I think you have the key, don't you? I hope you have the key. Okay, good, he has the key. That also matters. When Trump is dead versus when Trump is out of office. Fortunately, with Trump's age and Trump's health, I don't see Trump being around much after his presidential term. I don't see him being around. If he is, he remains a pain in the ass. If Donald Trump could focus on, if he would put 100% of his efforts into the one or two things that he gets right, we could have a ball game. Like talking to credit card companies and getting them to reduce interest rates to 10% for a year so that the people in debt could have a year to catch up. That I think is a really great initiative. Credit card companies could survive if they lowered interest rates to 10% for a year. I think that is perfectly, I think that is a really, really good idea to help the working class people get out of the giant holes they're in. I think where we run into the problem is you want to make it so that big corporations can't own 6,000 single family homes. Okay, I think that's really good. I think we agree on that. But then the tariff thing is terrible. The fuck up of Doge gutted many government departments and we didn't get savings out of them. This Iran war is bullshit. Bombing Iran for no reason. Yeah, Trump showed all the cracks in the system and how far you can push. Trump also, yeah, fucking SAVE Act. The SAVE Act is fine, but we have 30 million people in this country that don't have access to get their birth certificate. I think the idea of the SAVE Act is good because it lets us know we have a glaring issue in our society, and that glaring issue is we have document control issue. Not to go through it all yesterday, but I talked about anecdotally how it took me a fucking trip to Chicago to get a copy of my birth certificate because my birth certificate never got put online because it was in a box in a basement that flooded of the building that they were digitizing the records. So had I not gone up there and needed it, and like I said, I had 9 different documents. Yeah, it's not about voting security. It's the beginning of handing out armbands. That's what I agree with you on. Now, where I think the SAVE Act is okay is, like I said, it's the walk-up, it's the build-up to making sure everybody's birth certificate accessible. Yeah, that's it. We've got this down to when I'm not dying every 12 seconds. We've got this down to less than an hour. It's the better part of an hour, yeah. So, give everyone a card for free. Yeah. My problem is, like, for example, I saw people making all of these bullshit statements about all of these airports are completely backed up. Okay. All these airports are completely backed up. Somebody said the wait at St. Louis Airport was 3 hours. The wait at St. Louis Airport is less than 5 minutes. I do think that as Americans, we need to push for fixing what's fucked up in our country. And what's fucked up in our country is people don't have enough to eat, people don't have anywhere to live, people can't read, people can't do basic math, people can't file their taxes, people don't have enough money to pay their taxes, people are making choices on paying their utility bills or buying groceries, people are making choices of not going to the doctor and buying food, people are going to work sick, getting everybody sick. We have a country that 16 Democrats just choose not to vote instead of voting no because they feel that they won't be held accountable by their constituents if they don't vote in protest. But what they don't understand is that the American people aren't dumb, and they're going to recognize the fact that you didn't vote along the same lines as you voted no. There's too many people. The U.S. got too big, and we're trying to steer an aircraft carrier like it's a small yacht. Yes, abso-fucking-lutely. It is the problem with allowing a constitutional federal republic to run like it's the 13 colonies. Also, I one way, shape, form, or another, no matter which way you slice it, Iran was able to shoot at an F-35. If we spent $2 trillion developing the F-35, and it can be shot down or shot at by a $20,000 missile, then we fucked up. Then we absolutely fucked up. And there's a problem. People don't have enough to eat, and yet our weapons system has been defeated by Chinese bullshit radar. Well, there's a problem there. I saw a video of Mike Johnson caught on Hot Mike being told they believe the SAVE Act will lose 18% of the voters, and he said that would be great. Yeah, I think that the Hot Mike situations we have all the time indicate how dumb our political leadership really is. Officers must be careful about their dress, appearance, and deportment. You are always on parade. It's a quote that we have to learn in OTS. You should assume every single thing that you say is being heard by every American. And if you lived like that, a lot of them would stop talking because there would only be bullshit dribbling out of their mouth and running down their chin. Elon weighed in the issue by agreeing to pay the TSA agents, except Elon Musk can't pay the TSA agents. It's a really noble thing for Elon to say, but unless he's going to figure out a way to do it, it's great to say I'll do it, but there's no mechanism in place for that to happen. But what's even worse is Elon stepping in to say I'll pay the TSA agents is a terrible answer. And I know the TSA agents are going to say, Jay, shut your fucking mouth because I need to put food on the table. And I agree. You need to put food on the table. But we need to fix the fucking problem. The TSA agents, as I showed on the ticket receipt yesterday, if we're collecting this money on the plane ticket for security fee, okay, and the passenger facility charge, then the TSA agents should be getting paid out of the money, and then whatever's left in that account at the end of the year should be turned over to the federal government to pay down the national debt. If I've already basically paid for TSA to be there, why the fuck isn't TSA getting paid? And don't even get me started on the fact that the motherfucking Ukraine had to send soldiers out of their war invaded country to help teach American military members about intercepting drones. And I'm seeing an unclassified report that one of the Ukrainian soldiers watched as we fired 6 interceptors. We spent $3 million to intercept a $20,000 drone. And Ukraine is like, what the fuck are you doing? Is it crazy to think airports should pay for their security? Well, yeah, because all the airports are owned by the federal government. Once you're inside a TSA, everything inside of that is federal government stuff. If Elon can't pay, how did someone donate money to help pay military salaries? I have no idea, but all I know is that having spent 9 years in military, like contracting, dispensing, there would be no way. Like, I'm not saying it's not possible, but I'm saying I don't know the mechanism for how, like, the $130 million gets donated to the military. I don't know how that money gets into the DoD system. How that $130 million would get into DFAS. Because DFAS gets funded through the appropriation bill. I'm not saying it's not possible, but I'm saying if you came to me with a check for $130 million and you said, hey, I want to pay the military salaries, I would look at you and be like, I can't do that. I don't know. I don't have the first fucking idea how to get that money in to pay anybody. Like, when we do aerial refueling, all of those countries have an account. All of our allies have an account. And they give money to the State Department. And then at the end of the month, when we do our reconciliations, we send a copy of the bill to the State Department to say, please release this $9 million because we refueled British jets. And we send a copy of that bill to the British government and say, we're requesting $9 million to be released out of the escrow account that you have on file with state for these refuels. And the British government says, yep, looks good. They send over the authorization to release, and the $9 million gets released from the British Air Forces, the Royal Air Forces escrow account held at state. And people are like, well, why wouldn't England just pay you? Because again, I can't accept money from them. They give money to our State Department. Our State Department gives money to the Department of Defense. And we have lines of accounting to do that. I don't know how I simply don't know how that would work. I don't know if there's a mechanism for that. It's just like when you get into an accident in the military and an accident determination board decides you're liable for the damages, we dock your pay. We don't make you write us a check. Like, it's like when I took my advance when I moved, I took a 3-month advance. All my dummies are messing with you. I took a 3-month advance. And then after 2 months, I had the money to pay off my advance because I wanted my full paycheck every month. When I went over to finance, they said, you can't pay us back that way. We can only accept cash on certain things. We can only take money back on like an overpayment. There's no mechanism. And I'm like, well, all I want to do is give you back the money so that my paychecks are full each month. And they were literally like, you can't. And I was like, okay, well, that sucks. It is what it is. Do people still think it's like Texaco? Just a jet rolls up, asks for 1,000 and unleaded, grabs an icy, and Slim Jim takes off. Oh my God, did you know this, man? I'll share this. This is what pisses me off. Some of these small airports around the country, they have like girls in bikinis bringing an ice cold beer out to the Air Force pilots. Because the Air Force pilots are on like their cross country training. And so they have their choice of a bunch of places to land. Well, in some of those places, I'm not shitting you, it's a girl in Daisy Dukes and a tied off flannel and no bra coming right out to your fucking plane. Usually your trainer, because we don't park fighters at civilian air bases, but we park the trainers there. They're on their cross country flight and they're done for the night because they don't have enough flight hours, and out comes fucking Daisy Duke, and they're all like, do you need a massage? Is your back sore? Like, what the fuck is this? Like, and why don't you just fucking put a prostitute in their room? This partial government shutdown is because Trump wanted to send even more funding to ICE and the devs said no. This partial government shutdown is, as much as I want to, yeah, that place sounds horrible. Where is it so I can avoid it? As much as I want to blame Donald Trump for this partial government shutdown, I can't, because it would be hypocritical. This partial government shutdown is because I want to remind you of something. technically the president can want whatever the fuck the president wants. But the president has no ability to introduce legislation. Now, I know what you're going to say, and you're going to say, but Obama introduced legislation, but Clinton introduced legislation, Bush, all of them. Yeah, what happens is I'm the president, and Karthos is in the House, or Karthos is in the Senate, and Rail's in the House, and they're my boys, and I call them up to the White House, and I say, hey guys, here's a fully drafted bill I would like you to introduce respectively into your chambers of the House, and because they're my boys, they introduced it. The president has no ability to like directly introduce legislation. Now, there is a mechanism for it. He can call a joint session of Congress and he can ask for a resolution on something, but most of the presidents don't do that because then you're Oliver Twist, hat in hand, going to Congress and saying, please, sir, may I have some more? People flashing pilots. Yeah, Air Force guys have reported that when they're all taking the same route over the same beach and they're spaced apart, some of my pilot friends have said when they're all doing like a trainer chain across a beachfront, they're down low and there'll be girls that just get totally naked for the fly boys. That is true. Donald Trump is the greatest president since FDR. No, the fuck he's not. Sorry. Not at all. Not even fucking close. Donald Trump is like a broken watch. He's right twice a day. He's had 2 or 3 good things this presidency, and the rest is fucked the American people. I'm sorry. You're not going to be able to go toe-to-toe, blow for blow with Donald Trump doing great shit for you. Donald Trump made all your groceries cost more. It made all the annual shit that you need to buy on a routine basis, just routine spending. He made all that shit cost more. That's not a great president. I'm sorry, that is not a great president. The purpose of the president is to do things that enriches the nation, not enriches. Doesn't matter to me, I'm rich. No, you're not. If you're rich, make a donation to Extra Life for me. If you're rich, if you're so stupid rich, I'm not going to even ask you for money for myself to prove it. If you're rich, click on that donations for Extra Life. Oh, hold on. Apparently I didn't update that link. Here, if you're rich, put your money where your mouth is and donate there. That's simple. If you're rich, donate money to the kids. Why would I don't? Oh, so you're not rich. Yeah, no balls. I think that should work now. See, I hate people like you. I absolutely hate people like you because you come in and you say, I'm rich. Why would I donate money to poor people? You don't even know what Extra Life is. Extra Life isn't poor people. Extra Life is children whose parents can't afford their medical care. You're not fucking rich. Sorry, you're a loudmouth. You're not rich in the slightest. Because if you were rich, you'd be like, what's $100 to me? If you're rich, you could make $100 donation to that second link, the 566-187 number. That goes straight to kids. 100% of that money goes to the children at Rady Children's Hospital. So don't come in here, first of all, with your fucking loser-ass fucking Twitch username that makes you look ruggish as fuck and say, I'm rich. Why would I donate money to poor people? I only do it for the tax breaks. You're a fucking liar and you're full of fucking shit. And now what you should realize, though, is that you've decided to stumble into a chat of a bunch of people I can't control who really hate people like you. And I would never, ever, ever endorse doxing. But I can't control what these assholes do outside of my community. So good luck with your bragging and where you stumbled into. So I think it's probably in your best interest, if you truly are rich, to drop that $100 donation for Extra Life, so people will be like, oh cool, he is rich, I don't gotta go find out where he puts the salt on the fries. But you do you. Oh, oh wait, it does look, hold on. It does look like, oh. Karthos, you're already like 5 steps ahead of me. Hold on. Damn, Karthos is always, he's like on the ball. So, Be Shady, are you still here? Cause, did I just Google his entire life too? Yeah, dude is walking, talking failure. Yeah. Hey, Be Shady. Are you upset at me because, I have as many live viewers now, almost, well, between both the platforms I'm on, I have as many live viewers as you do followers total? Or is it that you just are a never made it? I'm rich, but I streamed Warzone, and my best clip has 17 seconds or 17 views. Man, it must be hard. See, those, ladies and gentlemen, those are the people that I hate, because I don't do this show to enrich myself. I do this show to get people to think, to get people to challenge. I do this show because in 7 years, holy fuck, did it? Is that another person who fucking actually did it? That's awesome. That's fucking amazing. I fucking love it. I love every minute of it. So once, ladies and gentlemen, once upon a time in a land far away, this guy's going at Karthos in the Ashes of Creation Discord. I have this guy's fucking phone number. Good stuff. Just remember, you can't reveal any of that. That's doxing. But when you got people that act like fucking clowns, you're clowning. I sense clowns. This guy was going at Karthos, and the guy didn't even make it hard for Karthos. The guy had his Spotify linked to his Discord, and his Spotify was his actual name. And I'm just like, how the fuck you gonna be that dumb? Like, that is next level dumb. Yeah, you would never do that, but you're operating inside of educational confines to let this individual know how not to behave. See, and when you say rich people don't donate to charity, well, rich people donate an awful lot of money to charity. Because they have to. It's the only way that they can offset how much money they make. I've messaged people's Twitch comments to their moms on Facebook. I've done that. I've messaged their grandmothers too. Dear Sally, You seem like a really nice grandmother. This is the way your grandson behaves online. He brings shame and embarrassment to your whole family. I just wanted to let you know. Save me a plate. I'll be over for Thanksgiving. Hugs and kisses, Jalon. Oh, no donation? Oh, okay. That's what I thought. Oh, ran away. Should have run away fucking faster. Should have run away faster. Ladies and gentlemen, this is ultimately what is wrong with our society. Being like, I'm rich, and then, okay. He's a failed streamer. Yeah, dishonor on you, dishonor on your grandmother, dishonor on your whole family. Dishonor on your cow. Well, yeah, there are some people that will send what you say to your employer. That is ultimately why I was not, that was why I did not stream when I was in the military. Because I did not want to compromise my fucking career. I did not want to compromise my pension. I waited to stream until my retirement was done. And then after my retirement was done, I was like, cool. How long before Real ID comes to the internet? Can't post anything anonymously? Well, that's a great talking point. My concern with Real ID coming to the internet is that it's going to drive more and more people to the dark web. And right now, people don't go to the dark web because it's scary. It's I shouldn't be here. People don't go to the dark web right now because it's like the lock you have on your front door. The lock you have on your front door doesn't keep thieves out of your house. The lock on your front door keeps honest people honest. Trust me. Unless you have a relocking deadbolt, you like, and you have two of them, I'm gonna be in your house in 10 seconds. Because locksmith's tools make life really easy. Like, I see people all the time that are worried about home security, but they don't know what they're doing. They spend thousands of dollars buying these expensive doors and expensive locks, and they don't screw the door frame into the rest of the house with 13-inch screws. Okay, so fine, I come up to a door that I can't pick into with a release gun. Hold on, let me try this. Let me put my heel on the lower hinge side of the door and let me kick really hard. Oh shit, I just heard a snap and a crack. 2 more kicks and I'm pushing your whole door frame in. Locks on your front door keeps honest people honest. Yeah, the auto relocking deadbolts are annoying as fuck because they relock even when you don't want to. But they're designed so that, number one, you can't forget to lock your door. Number two, if you have 2 of them, most of the time people can't finish picking the second one before the first one says, it's been 5 seconds. Rant, rant. Yeah, the wall has no metal plate in it. Now, again, you don't need to get crazy with your home security, but at the same time, recognize your house is vulnerable. It's the same thing with your online identity. The internet that most people use is the casual internet. But if we start making more and more websites require Real ID, then people will start to search out the dark web. And there's shit on the dark web that worries me as a member of a species. Like, I don't even, my brain refused to store the information. There was that guy who got arrested with, what's bigger than a terabyte again? And whatever is bigger than a terabyte, the guy had 7 of those of child pornography. Hold on a second. Yeah, 7 petabytes of child pornography. Can we talk about how much that is? Yeah, 7 petabytes. I needed somebody to put that into, like, rational terms for me. Like, I was like, look, I need you to put this into something that I can understand. And the person that I asked to do this for me said, okay, do you like Star Trek? I said yes. Do you like Star Wars? I said yes. They said, did you like Game of Thrones? I said yes. And I said, why? And they say, you take every episode of every series of Star Trek, all the movies, you take all the Star Wars movies, all the animated series, you take Game of Thrones, you take all of that together, and that's one. And I'm like, wait, fuck what? They're like, all. I'm like, that's like, they're like, yeah. I'm like, are you, I think I vomited. It bothers me as a member of the species that much filth exists. This guy turns around and says, I can give you the names, addresses, blah, 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 of hundreds of pedophiles, but I want full immunity. Look, motherfucker, I understand that people are entitled to due process. But you put me in a room with that guy, he gonna be begging to talk to you because I'm gonna do shit to him that, if recorded, can't ever be put anywhere on the internet. People on the dark web would see the fucking biblical shit I would do to, oh no. There'd be people calling the authorities. Jalon recorded what he did to that bastard. You need to go arrest him. We can't have this on our dark web. This is too much. But I stopped. Yeah, don't go crossing any crosswalks after you revealed those names. But, you know, our society is fucked. Like, ready? The guy that came in here and said Donald Trump's the best president ever. I'm rich. Go fuck yourself. I ain't gonna play the game with you. I ain't gonna play the game with you. Donald Trump's name appears in the Epstein files 33,000 times. In the documents they've chosen to release. Look. If you can tell me how your life is better under Donald Trump, I'll honestly listen. I will. If you tell me that you're all about make America great again, make America for Americans, great. We'll talk, we'll jam. But if you just blindly go around saying Donald Trump is a great president, and then you say I'm rich, you're a fucking loser. You notice how fast that person ran off. Now, I want to remind you, I've had people in my community that have popped in and they've made $250, $500 donations. And I'm like, cool. You are rich. You are doing well. I apologize. Because if you on a random Saturday can pop into a Twitch stream and make a $250 donation to kids, I respect the shit out of you for that. But then you have this downtrodden look of, why would I give money to poor people? Because that's what charity is, you dumb fuck. People who are releasing negative stuff about Trump have to be saying, I am not currently, nor have I ever been suicidal. Yeah. Yes. That is what worries me. I am not now, nor have I ever been suicidal. Why? Because when I end up dead randomly in 2 weeks, you're going to know that I didn't kill myself. People in America should never fear criticizing their government. Right, because could you imagine? On my talk show yesterday, we talked about solutions yesterday, and we went through a lot of good solutions, but periodically we had people that were just introducing bullshit into the discussion. And I don't blame them, because most of the media now is compromised. Compromised in so much as they only care about selling column inches and ad time. They don't care about being right. But we were just a group of people yesterday that were able to talk about a lot of things and how we could make things better. Why the fuck can't our government do that? Why can't our government say, okay, here's the problem, how do we make it better? Not how do I make it better for myself? Well, we can't we can't go forward with this plan unless Kansas gets 2,500 of those jobs. Fuck you, buddy. You're gonna derail the whole improvement because your state's not benefiting from it. They say the only reason I would kill myself is if I witnessed Donald Trump commit treason. So if I wind up dead, it's found to be self-inflicted, Trump committed treason. Right. Because what they're trying to do is they understand that people have disappeared or been silenced or arrested. And we're getting rid of our enemies. Well, one politician is getting rid of their political enemies. It's kind of like this guy's in jail for criticizing Putin, and now he's dead in jail. Except in Russian jail, you're never near any other inmates. So how the hell did he die? Like, who is Tom Trotsky? I would say somebody that we haven't ever been introduced to. Donald Trump has got to have a secret cabal of people that we've never been introduced to. And what I think it is, and this isn't conspiracy theory, this is if you've studied Donald Trump and his background, I think Donald Trump has an inner cabal of Russian KGB operatives. I think Donald Trump is a Russian plant. I think Donald Trump switched from the Democratic Party to the Republican Party because his handlers told him there's no way you're going to win as the Democratic nominee. But you can win as the Republican nominee because they don't have after John McCain, who was the Republican Party leader? John McCain's Mitch fucking McConnell. Mitch McConnell was having micro strokes. You can literally see Mitch McConnell fucking mentally checking out. I think John McCain passed away. Donald Trump realized he could switch parties and he could just inflame. Bonner? I don't think so. I mean, shit. I mean, shit. Remember when what the fuck's her name? Sarah Palin was the vice president nominee Only reason why Sarah Palin was the vice president nominee was because she had some amazing Alaska peaks. If anybody ever believes that Sarah Palin was run for her political views, you're pretty. What's my opinion on Tulsi Gabbard? I think that she just came out and said there was no threat from Iran, making her one of the top two, making her the second of the top two people that you would want to hear about. And I know some people are like, well, I would want to hear from the National Security Advisor. Who the fuck do you think writes the National Security Advisor's cue cards? The person in charge of the fucking the Director of National Intelligence, coupled with the Director of Counterterrorism. Like, two of both people have said Iran was not a threat to American interests. I saw overnight, maybe it was this morning or maybe it was late last night, Donald Trump talking about secession or scaling down military strikes. But I thought we won the war on day one. But the Strait of Hormuz isn't open, and our allies abandoned us. Yeah, we need to rename that position as well, because you are correct. We don't have national intelligence. We don't have national intelligence. We have fucking best guesses. What's your best guess? What do you mean? Is Iran a threat to us? I've only seen the headlines. I haven't had a chance to dig in because, like I said, I got up this morning, made steak and eggs, fixed the gate, went for a walk, started streaming. Can anybody confirm or deny this headline I heard that Iran hit Diego Garcia? I saw a headline that says Iran fired missiles at Diego. I don't know if they got there. But then here's the really big problem I have. If Iran did they hit Diego Garcia? So if Iran is able to hit Diego Garcia, then this is what I would like to say to the rest of our worldwide allies. Let me do this real quick. Okay, so out here in the middle of fucking nowhere, right? Out here in the middle of fucking nowhere. My European ally friends out here in the middle of fucking nowhere. If Iran can hit out here in the middle of fucking nowhere, then 4,000 kilometers, then that's all of Europe. China, they're your ally. Pakistan, Afghanistan, India, Thailand, Indonesia. Probably not a far stretch to parts of Australia. I'm not saying that I agree with what the fuck we did. But I'm saying if Iran is lobbing missiles at Diego Garcia, it means Europe looks really fucking stupid this weekend, where all of them said we're not going to support Donald Trump. Look, man, I understand Europe's position. I do. I'd have the same position. Iran would have to be really dumb exposing they have the ability to attack Europe. Well, yeah. Well, yeah, did they get there or were they headed that way? These are all the details I need to get. Like, were they intercepted just off the coast of Diego Garcia or did they fall in the ocean? But either way, if they have the ability to even remotely start striking Diego Garcia, Europe should be worried. And I know that some European countries will be like, well, we don't have anything to fear from Iran. Okay, let's just play the game through. You want them to lob a fucking nuclear weapon made with 60% enriched uranium? Not gonna be a big bada boom, but it's gonna be radioactive. Do you really want them lobbing that shit into your backyard? Again, Iran has no ability to strike the continental United States. Because Iran does not have intercontinental ballistic missiles. To strike the US mainland, you can't fire a conventional... Oh, okay. Yeah, you're European Union. Then yeah. So, yeah, they can hit you. The problem we have is that Europe's like, Iran won't attack us because we haven't given them reason to. Well, what are you going to do when they decide to finally attack Israel? Because at some point, I haven't seen anybody I haven't heard of anybody actually grabbing Israel by the scruff of the neck and saying, fucking stop. Enough is enough at this point. Sometimes you gotta throw your dad voice on. Enough is enough. Israel's out of line, but they're still your ally. Your fondest memory of France was the horrified look on everyone's face as you spoke French and they quickly switched to English. I've heard that. I've experienced that once. Magically, when you can speak French, the cost of your breakfast is lower. I don't speak French, but the person I was traveling with does. What the fuck? Even if you just try to do your best, most people appreciate the effort. Yeah. I travel with wonderful little cards that say, I'm sorry, I don't speak your language. Do you speak any English and can help me? It's in their language. Like, I'm sorry, I don't do multiple languages. My brain says, dude, you barely can get through in English. That's why I love Hiberno. The Irish people were like, you know what? What we're gonna do is we're gonna adopt English, but there's gonna be some words that we're just gonna use the Gaelic word for, because fuck England, that's why. Oh my god. You guys are supposed to be speaking English. Yeah, we are. But you keep using these other words. Yeah? Because we can. Because fuck you, that's why. Oh, I hate this new shit, this new map shit that they did. absolutely hate this shit. The majority of them know English. Yeah, they just want to use French because they're snobs. Which is fine. I don't get mad at people using their native language in their country. But it's also, like I said, Europeans need to understand, why don't Americans travel more? Because we do. Because America, the continental United States, is about the same size as mainland Europe. We just don't travel outside of our own country. Which is probably good, because you really don't want Americans traveling to your country. Like, if I'm being totally honest, you really don't want the average Americans popping into your country. We're pretty hard to we're pretty hard to get along with. We also have Americans have this really terrible fucking thought process. And that thought process is, we believe our constitutional rights apply in your country. And I don't know how many times I have to explain it to Americans. You don't have freedom of speech in other countries. They're like, every country is freedom of speech. And that's why you shouldn't be traveling. Because no, they don't. They have tolerated speech, not legally protected speech. Now, don't get me wrong. Most countries you can get away with saying what you want. But at the same time, I think it's kind of fucked up what's going on in England right now. But that'll be another talking point on Monday. Right now, I just wish to God that we could get a decent MMO on the market. ArcheAge Chronicles is this year. I also love how the developer of that pretty bad game, Dreadmist, the developer of Dreadmist was just like, you know what? I've decided I'm no longer going to work on this project. If you have it, great. I'm taking it off the store. Goodbye. I'm taking it off the Steam store. I'm going to go work on other shit. Like, what? What the fuck just happened here? Like, you just stopped? Not working on it anymore. I do know one guy got arrested for praying near something. Abortion clinic, mosque, something. I know another guy got arrested for talking about bacon in front of Muslims. I know that a guy in England that has an Indian restaurant is dealing with the repercussions of not serving halal meat, which I don't like. You know, I do not understand people's rationale. I don't serve what you want, so instead of just not frequenting my establishment, you go out of your way to put me out of business because you feel that I should have to cater to your bullshit. Like, what the fuck? What is wrong with people? To be honest, on paper, the Ashes of Creation of 2017 to 2020 would have been great. Yeah, the Ashes of Creation of 2017 to 2020 would have been great. Would have been fucking amazing. But the problem is, instead of building it, instead of Steven Sharif looking at it and saying, I want to build a half a step better than ArcheAge. I want to learn from all of ArcheAge's mistakes, and I want to build better than that. He decided to say, I want to build a game that is literally more complex than EVE Online, and I want to do it on... I want to have this whole brilliant, beautiful game done, and I have no earthly idea how to do it. On top of that, I'm gonna bullshit and make up the fact that we have technologies that we don't have, because people like the jackass Jalan are questioning how it's going to work. So now we're making up, like, dude, what the fuck? Like, for example, I'm working on just an academic exercise. What would it look like if Crusader Kings 3 was an MMO? Well, one of the first things I decided was, in order to make other things feel like they're more impressive, we're deliberately going to make lower level fights a smaller cap. So you're going to have a barony fight, a fight over a barony. That's capped at 20 versus 20. Well, why? You could have more people. Right. Because it's over a barony. So it's the Baron and their trusted people versus the people invading. Well, what if it's for the county title? Oh, well, now it's not capped at 20 versus 20. Are you only trying to take this barony? It's 20 versus 20. You're trying to fight the whole county? Well, now it's multiple fights of 20 versus 20, with the main castle being 70 versus 70. Why 70 versus 70? Because we know that every game engine out of the box can basically handle, with a very little amount of hand massaging, 140 people on grid at the same time. Well, why aren't you trying to push the envelope? Because I'm not trying to be the fucking Mark McGuire of fucking game design. I'm trying to design something as an academic exercise with the confines of understanding that we don't have $20 billion and a 1,500 person engineering team. How do we make something fun inside the confines? And I know what some people would say. They would say, well, if you're not going to make bigger fights, then you might as well not make the game at all. Really? Then which MMO can I go play right now that's even remotely going to be of that nature? And the answer is none. I think what gamers don't get is that, would it be great, like Steven wanted these uncapped fights. Would it be great to have uncapped fights? Sure. Be fucking amazing to have uncapped fights. But can you do it? Monsters and Memories MMO had some drama. One of the founding devs was fired and people are speculating wildly. Well, let me say this. Whenever one of the founding members of a project is fired, you are going to have a lot of rampant speculation, because it's, for one of the founders to be terminated, that's a big fucking deal. Especially because more often than not, with these startup companies, there's a lot of ambiguity regarding who owns what, who has the rights to what, who's due what. And I think what's really, really important is that most people don't have a good understanding of business. And they project their bad understanding of business onto scenarios, which is why I get frustrated with people who come into my politics chat and want to start telling me how something is, when that's not how the fuck it is at all. Like, Karthos and I had this one all the time. The way I define this word is, look, motherfucker, I'm not even gonna, like, people are like, you could just entertain them. No, I'm not gonna entertain them. I don't give a fuck how you define the word. Are you Merriam-Webster? Are you Oxford? No? Great. Then shut the fuck up, because I don't care how you define it. Subnautica CEO got a similar thing happen, but he won a lawsuit and he's back. Well, right, he won a lawsuit because the guy in charge was a greedy fuck and fucked up shit in writing. Like, look, ready? I buy your company for 500 million, and I agree, if you hit certain benchmarks, I'll give you another 250 million. That 750 million mile marker is why you agreed to sell to me in the first place. Well, what pisses me off is if you're making enough sales to make that other $250 million, why are you firing anybody? Be fucking happy that you got money. Most criminals don't sit down and Dear Diary their crime out in plain text. Yeah, you're right. Also, most people don't ask ChatGPT how they can fucking get out of paying this $250 million bonus. See, a lot of people get it into their fucking head that they're gonna fight over the pennies on the floor, but you're leaving stacks of hundreds on the table. Like, look, man, I'm not gonna get down on the fucking ground to fight over you about 7 cents. You worry about picking the 7 cents up off the floor. I'll take this stack right here for myself. If you're making enough sales, great, then make the fucking sales. Take the money, reinvest in the company, make even more fucking money. Like that, I don't understand people. Like, it's why you know Steven Sharif is an idiot and why Jason Karamanis is an idiot. Steven borrowed $1 million at 20% fucking interest? What the fuck? Like, Steven Sharif gonna talk about it. People still talk to me about, oh, well, Steven has millions of dollars and you don't. You're right, Steven on paper allegedly has more money than I do. Number one, I'm not a fucking criminal scumbag who scammed people out of money. Like I said, I've made enough money to make me happy. I've made enough money that I was the youngest son of an Irish immigrant, and my children have had opportunities open for them. Now, some of my kids have pissed away their opportunities. In fact, 3 of my kids have pissed away their opportunities. That's not my fault. I can't make you swallow the water, horse. I can lead you to water. I can hold your head under the water. I can't make you swallow. Could Steven be facing jail time? I saw that question pop up. Yes, he very well could. He very well could be facing jail time because Robert Dawson alleges Steven took money out of the company without proper documentation. The reason why Steven is more likely rather than less likely to potentially face jail time is the state of California really, really, really does not like when you fuck over employees. When you fuck over employees, the state of California tends to get a little bit more interested in what's going on. Now, does Steven deserve to go to jail? Yes. Yes, he does. Robert Dawson deserves to go to jail. Jason Karamanis deserves to go to jail. Karen Boyanko deserves to go to jail. Thomas and his wife deserve to go to jail. They all deserve to go to jail. Jason Karamanis deserves to have his trust revoked because, and I hope somebody brings up the fact that as the trustee of his trust, he withdrew his lawsuit to see the books. Therefore, he invalidates any complaint he has now or any complaint he has from the day he withdrew the lawsuit forward because he withdrew his lawsuit. All these fucking rich people that have their trusts, you know that they're fucking scumbags to begin with. Look, man, take care of your people. And maybe it's because I'm an ex-military officer that I take this shit seriously, but Steven, you're a fucking hog with your face in the trough eating first. Leaders eat last. Leaders sleep last. Leaders are last in everything except out of the plane. Then you lead from the front. Steven and Robert deserve to lose all that money. Jason deserves to lose all that money. Now, if they had done the right thing and paid the employees their WARN money, it would radically change my view. But you fucked over your employees, so fuck you. Go to jail. Do not pass go. Finance and morals rarely cross paths in the business world. You're right. I'll give you another example. I worked at a company and I was walking through a hallway, and I met, and I got to be careful because I don't want to reveal too much, but there were a group of management level people. And as I walked through the hallway, 2 of them were in their 30s, and one of the management level people was 18. Now, being 18 myself at the time, I wasn't going to say much about there being an 18-year-old in a manager position because I was in a director level position. But one night while I was working late, I had to lock up the building if I was the last one there. And a director or an executive needed to be the last one out of the building. So as I was there, I locked up the front half of the building, armed all the security, and then as I got outside, I always poked my head outside to see if there were any cars in the parking lot. So as I poked my head out the parking lot, I usually stayed downtown until 11. This particular night, I just wasn't feeling well. I wanted to go home. I wanted to sleep in my own bed for more than 2 hours before class. So I'm walking around the building, and I walk into an office, and the manager of the management people, his light was on. So I figured I'll go down and tell him, hey, I didn't know if this particular guy had alarm codes. So I was like, I'll tell him that I'm leaving. He might have thought that I was going to stay till 11, or I'll ask him if he has manager codes. As I walk into his office, I see the 18-year-old manager topless, and I see her manager doing cocaine off of her tits. Now, there's so much wrong there on a fundamental level. So TWO, I agree with you. Finance and morals rarely cross paths. They rarely cross paths. But you can make an awful lot of money having morals. It just makes it a little bit more difficult to do so. You sometimes have to take the moral high road and recognize this might not be a great idea. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. So, like, I don't know if you've seen it, but on TikTok, there is a guy that goes, there's a guy that has a webinar series, unethical ways to make fucking money. And the sad part is this. As I listen to this guy's unethical ways to make fucking money series, most of the things that he's talking about, he's 85 to 90% correct in what he's telling you. Like, one of the unethical ways to make fucking money is buying up almost deceased debt. Like, he's not wrong when he says this. You can buy $10 million worth of debt for as little as $5,000 because it's all debt that's bundled up. Now, the thing is that you get stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks of paper, and you have legitimately bought $10 million worth of debt for $5,000. You can make a lot of money getting that debt collected, but it's not everybody and their brother should get involved in doing this, because part of what's involved with it is suing people. Part of what's involved with it is hunting people down and garnishing their wages. And for some of it, you've got to get these people to make an initial payment and this is one thing I tell people: you never, ever, 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 ever the fuck ever pay a debt collector. You never pay a debt collector. You never, ever pay a debt collector. Because the moment you pay a debt collector, you restart the discharge date of the entire debt. Your mom dies, and somebody reaches out to you and says, your mom owes us for this, that, or the other. Right? Great. I'm not my mom. Fuck off. I'm not paying you. If your parent dies and they have legitimate debt, that's why the estate goes into probate. When your loved one dies and all these fucking weasels come out of the woodwork, what they're doing is your loved one may have had that debt, but that debt is now dead. It is past the collectible time. Because if it wasn't, they would just file in probate court to get paid. The moment you pay even $1 on the debt, it resets the 7-year clock. Well, this is another one of those things. They don't fucking teach you that in school. Well, why the fuck not? Because they don't want you to know that shit. But yeah, it's an unethical way to make money. Unethical way to make money. There's a plumbing business that's been in business for 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, and it goes out of business. Buy their phone number. And then, since that business is on umpteen numbers of websites and Google reviews and old phone books, and people have the old stickers underneath their cabinet from where the plumber came out. A company goes out of business, buy their phone number. And then reach out to a couple of plumbing companies and say, hey, I'd like to offer you a referral business. I get an awful lot of people calling me looking for a plumber. I don't do that work, but if I get that call and I send that customer to you, will you give me $10? Now think about that here. All the fuck you have to do is take the call and say, yes, ma'am, yes, sir, someone will call you back in just a couple of minutes. You call the other company and you say, da-da-da. And then at the end of the month, you send that company every date, every time, every call, the information that you gave them, and they send you back a bump that says, we took the job from the 21st of March. We didn't get the job on the 22nd. We got the job on the 23rd. We got the other job on the 23rd. Da 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 da. You're like, yeah, but that's a pain in the ass. Look, if you have a phone number and you're already paying for the phone anyway, and that phone number can generate you $200, $300, $400 a month, it's unethical, but it works. You have a parking lot, right? Near a bar or near a club or near entertainment. You have a parking lot. Turn that parking lot into nighttime parking for the local valet companies. Reach out to a local valet company, be like, hey, look, go, walk around your fucking where your business is. If you have a big parking lot that you usually lock up at night, just go to them and say, hey, I have 75 spots worth of parking at night. I don't want to get involved in running a nighttime parking garage, but I'll allow you to lease the space at night so you don't have to run around all over hell and creation remembering where you put cars. You can put 75 cars in that lot right there. The only thing I ask is that at the end of the night, if people don't pick up their cars, since it's a valet and you have their keys, the only thing I'm going to ask is that you park all the cars that don't get picked up at the night at the end of the row. That's it. They're making 30, 40 bucks a car. So if I do 30, 40 bucks a car, let's say 30 bucks a car to valet, and you have 75 spots. So 75 by 30, they're making $2,250 a night, and they're happy. So you just ask them for 10%, right? That's going to generate you $6,750 a month in additional revenue. Now, yes, that one, of course, is conditioned on you having a parking lot and in the right location. But I fucking so many times with like different things, I see people that own the parking lot and they're like, oh, well, I don't want to get involved with the shit. Okay, well, watch this. I'll double down for you, right? I'll double that down. You tell the fucking valet company to put, yeah, they might valet twice the amount of spaces, assuming people have exactly. I'm just assuming it's one and done, but Grumpy Old Man is like, shit, I'm gonna take Jay's idea and then I'm gonna put like a DTD on top of it. Well, I'll go with DTD on top of it. You just have the valet company put at the bottom of their valet stand, cars not picked up by the end of the night will be towed at the owner's expense. So the valet company drops all the keys into a box. The next morning you come in, you've made an agreement with the local tow company. Hey, I got 6 cars this morning that need to be picked up. You want to come yank them all out of here? I just want 10 bucks a car. So 6 cars didn't get picked up. Valet company got covered. You got paid for the 6 cars in the lot because they got covered. And now you're going to make 60 more bucks because that towing company's going to fucking come and pick them up. And then then you're not going to have people fucking banging on your door like, oh, hey, I got to get my car, whatever. You're going to say, I don't have your fucking car. You didn't ever do business with me. If your car was left here overnight, it was towed by these people. Have a good day. Then you go pick up your car and the tow company gives you an extra 10. Look at that. I'm making money on top of making money while making money. That's like that whole fucking big gag of, I heard you like money, so I'm making you money while I'm making you money. There's lots of unethical ways to make money, but it's completely legal. Notice I didn't say illegal ways to make money. I said unethical ways to make money. Now, some of the other unethical things I don't want to do. Like, I don't want to start getting involved in buying people's equity at 10 cents on the dollar, 30 cents. I don't want to do that. That's not my style. But you can do that as well. Start, once you get a little bit of money, people have structured payments. You can give them loans at high interest rates. And they're good for it because you can put a lien on their next installment payment. I don't want to do that, but you can. But yeah, again, Karthos, me, Grumpy Old Man, a lot of the good people were all raised by parents that said, have some fucking values and morals. Go away, kitty. You're supposed to be upstairs. What do we have? Not a lot yet. This game is getting massive updates, I think, on the 26th. I think this update goes on the 26th. It's going to radically change the game again. Like I said, I'm getting a little tired of them changing the game every fucking every 10 minutes, but hopefully this is the last time because they're launching on console. I do want to give Starry Studios and NetEase a big shout out though. They've mastered the art of the content creator program. And I really like the fact that they've mastered the art of the content creator program. Speaking of content creator programs, there's one other thing. Excuse me, there was one other thing I wanted to do. I'm gonna do that tomorrow to raise more money for charity. I'm gonna do the Star Trek Fleet Command one tomorrow because that's another guaranteed like $30 an hour for 2 hours. I'll do that one tomorrow, knock that out. All those charity events, all those advertising bits and bobs I do, that all goes to Extra Life. So yeah, it's easy money. I don't think they have anything right now. Yeah, they don't have anything right now. Twitch, I don't get a lot of offers directly from Twitch because I stream politics and kind of makes you ineligible for sponsorships, which I'm not against. I understand that sponsors don't want, like, they don't want to be attached to my, they don't want their sponsorship money attached to my politics or my views, and I respect that. I also would be very hesitant to ever accept sponsorship money from anybody, like politically, like Harry Styles, and he has all these pro-democratic, and he used to have all these pro-Biden things to say, and then it comes out that he's being paid a ridiculous amount of money a year. Well, dude, I don't want to hear a talking head. I want to hear a legitimate person, and that legitimate person's views and thoughts. Like, how do we solve this problem? How do you think we solve this problem? Our political system has become such bullshit. You don't know if what you're listening to is a person's honest opinion or if it's somebody's been paid to say it. I mean, I think it's pretty fucking clear on my show, the things I say, I haven't been paid to say, because I speak from the heart. It's also one of the things that I don't like is sponsorship campaigns where then they come back to you and they say, hey, we reviewed your VOD and we didn't really appreciate some of the things you said. Well, what didn't you appreciate? Well, you said this game has a paywall. Well, it does have a paywall. Well, you didn't have to say that. Look, you were only buying time for me to talk about and showcase your game. $35 an hour isn't enough to buy my integrity. My integrity's not for sale. If your game is a pay-to-win, gotcha, fucking slot fest, that's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say it's all these things. If you don't want me to say all these things about your game, Don't have your game be all these things. Like, for example, if you've never played WoW before, WoW might be a good MMO for you. But if you played WoW before and you play games and story is important to you, getting back into WoW probably won't be good for you. Here's why I say that. And the reason I say that is because if you start playing WoW, or if you're playing WoW and you've never played it before, you're not going to be able to play through a traditional playthrough because they no longer allow you to play through the storyline in the same way, form, or in fashion that you would in say Final Fantasy XIV, because in Final Fantasy XIV everybody always plays through the same linear story. Also, on a personal note, I do feel really bad for some people in my life. I wish that life rewarded effort and not necessarily results. A lot of people in my life are working their asses off, and they can't get anywhere because the game is rigged, the deck is stacked, the house always wins. Lots of people I know, like, you'll notice that I preach the benefit of hard work. Work hard, fail, learn, try again, fail again. Don't ever listen to anybody else's opinion of you. But unfortunately, I'm not deaf or blind, and I hear what people say, and they say, no matter how hard I work, I can't get ahead. That's what I've been hearing about Crimson Desert. Great game, but missed story. You know, the truth is, I do apologize. Somebody asked me about Crimson Desert earlier, and I forgot to talk about it. Crimson Desert isn't my style of game. I am very much a 4X grand strategy, then I'm an MMO, then I'm survival game. I'm not all about, like, to me, there were parts of BDO that I thought were very good because I'm an adult and I can look at a product and I can say these parts are good and these parts are bad. And I think every game brings something to the table. And where I think game companies are failing is nobody has invented a better mode of transportation than the personal automobile. But you notice I didn't say that the Model T is the pinnacle of creation. Of course not. You got the Model T, personal freedom, the horseless carriage. And then you have automatic starters, right? Self-cranking motors, air conditioning, seat belts, airbags, station wagons. Let's put a really long vehicle on a car chassis. Okay. Pickup truck. Let's have a truck chassis. Minivan. Let's put a truck-like thing on a car chassis. The ride's not smooth. What if we take that same thing and we put it on a truck chassis? Oh, now we're talking. SUV. Too fucking big. Crossover. Just right. But at the end of the day, those aren't... The truck isn't a new fucking idea. It's an innovation on an existing idea. All MMO... Like, that's where Ashes of Creation completely failed. Ashes of Creation, Steven Sharif tried to be... Steven Sharif tried to live up to the meme, Ashes of Creation was the first MMO. Steven was trying to make a game so Star Spangled fucking awesome that it would be the alpha and the omega of MMO creation. That you would forget that there had ever been any other game in existence. Well, all these people that sit in the Ashes Discord still and say Ashes was amazing, but you notice they can't ever tell you why it's amazing. Well, I just like it because of all the friends I made along the way. Okay, so that has nothing to do with Ashes. You probably made most of those friends sitting in Discord channels. Like, not to put too fine of a point on it, but I don't think anything about that game was spectacular. I think it had some good points, but I don't think the whole mentality of Ashes was awesome and it's a shame that it's not going to launch because the gaming world is worse for it. Come on now. Stop jerking Steven off in the fucking background. It wasn't amazing. It wasn't terrible, but its combat left a lot to be desired. And that's not an insult to the game, and it's not an insult to the developers who made it. The developers were making what they were told to make. The developers were building what their team leads told them to make. And if their team leads were shitty people, if their team leads were people that didn't know what the fuck they were doing, then that's the story. Then that's the makeup. And the good part is, all these other game studios can look at Ashes of Creation and should absolutely say, and what can we learn from this? And what do we learn from Ashes of Creation? And what do we learn from Final Fantasy XI? And what do we learn from New World? And what do we learn from the next game? Yeah. Karthos is going to visit Steven in prison. As he picks up the black phone, I'm going to laugh in his face until he stands up and leaves. And you know what? For what Steven did, I would laugh my ass off if, because of what Steven did and what he said, if the judge really looked at him and said, well, you promised to do refunds. Do you got $3 million to do Kickstarter refunds? No? Oh, you don't? No? Okay, off to jail you go. Off to jail you go for 20,000 and change counts of fraud. Well, the company should be responsible for reimbursing those. No, you said you're self-funding the core viable product. So, refund the backers. And that's not trying to be mean, and that's not some resentful hatred, because I think if Star Citizen doesn't come out, Chris Roberts should be left destitute. But the problem is people are literally thinking Star Citizen is going to come out. People literally think that Star Citizen is going to be every single thing Chris Roberts has ever said it's going to be. It's not. It won't be. I'm sorry to break your heart. It's not going to be. Be really funny if Kickstarter sued Steven. But why would Kickstarter sue Steven? I get what you're saying. It would be funny, but Kickstarter already made their 5%. They don't give a shit. Kickstarter's like, dude, you're a douchebag. But here's the funny part. What I'm gonna do real quick is I'm gonna bitch about Ashes for a bit. My favorite thing to do. Let me come over here. Let me. Oh, I got it. Do this first. Watch this. First off, we're gonna do. Oh, look at that. We got the autopsy room. Shit's about to get real. All right, so let me do this real quick. Change the category I'm in on both platforms. Okay, so now that we're in the Ashes Creation category and I feel a little bit better about ranting and raving about the game. So the big piece for me is this. This week, or back and forth, a couple of different court cases, judges decided to keep the TROs in place. A lot of people don't understand that a temporary restraining order is literally just a pause. Like, people are either like Steven is celebrating the TRO being kept in place. I don't know why. What he's doing is he's giving people false hope. And what really bothers me about giving people false hope is that I don't see a single avenue where Steven gets the company back. I don't see a single route where Steven Sharif gets Ashes of Creation back. Because there's so many things that need to happen. Like what Steven did earlier this week was last week he shared the court filing documents for the more legally interested members of our community, the federal court orders above. And then when he didn't get when the TRO wasn't dismissed this week, he put a flex up. Okay. But then what he said was, another day, another victory for justice and accountability. And Steven clipped off some of the things that he had said. By showing that TFE acquired the trade secrets materials through an unlawful Article 9 foreclosure, plaintiffs have shown misappropriation through wrongful acquisition. Unfortunately, the damage caused by the board's actions have already been severe. A company that had spent more than a decade building a game and a community was abruptly shut down. Employees were terminated without pay or benefits, and years of work were thrown into uncertainty. The impact on the people who dedicated their careers to this project and on the players who supported it cannot be overstated. The court further explained in its order, this misappropriation has caused damage to Intrepid because it has been stripped of its primary assets that make up its main product. I am now fully committed to holding the individuals responsible for this tragedy accountable and to preventing any further harm to the company or its assets. For those of you that are confused as to what happened, and this is a really chopped down timeline, but from 2017 to 2024, Steven was selling off big chunks of Intrepid Studios. Now, I don't know what the fuck he was doing because I've never seen the master shareholder agreement. I've never seen the individual shareholder agreements. And what's odd to me is Jason Karamanis never filed the shareholder. Let me check one more time. But Jason Karamanis didn't file the master shareholder agreement. Which is odd to me because, yeah, he never, the one thing that we need to know if Jason got screwed or not is the master shareholder agreement, which he didn't include, which is very suspicious to me. Because in Jason's filing, what he wants is he wants the master shareholder agreement reversed. But he never includes it. What he includes, like, yeah, what Jason wants, Jason is asking for general damages in the amount of at least $12,300,000. Punitive and exemplary damages. Restitution damages in the amount to be proven at trial. Recession of the loan agreements above. Special or consequential damage in a sum according to the proof at the time of trial. Interest according to law and agreements between parties. Reasonable attorney fees. And for such and further relief as this court deems just and proper. Well, the problem is, Jason Karamanos is asking for interest, but he forfeited his interest when he exchanged debt for equity. And what he asks elsewhere in his filing is for the master service agreement to be overturned because, and I quote, "If I had known other things, I wouldn't have signed it." Well, remember, I'm not a lawyer. I'm just a clown who did pre-law and then went to the military. The problem with filing a lawsuit. So what we have is, we have 2017 to 2024, Intrepid Studios was under the direction of Steven Sharif. In 2019, I believe, Jason Karamanos filed a lawsuit where he wanted to see the books. Let me grab that. Lawsuit stuff, Karamanos lawsuit. Writ of mandate. Oh no, 2024. So in 2024, Jason files a lawsuit to see the books. And this was 6 of 2024. Sometime after that, around 11/2024, Robert Dawson becomes chairman of the board. When Robert Dawson becomes chairman of the board, he goes back, he looks at all the records, all the different shareholder agreements, and he says, shit, guys, this is bad because everybody has put in different amounts of money and everybody's different amount of money is staked differently. We need to unfuck all of this, and we need to say, an investment of X dollars is worth Y shares of stock. But the problem is, Steven sold off, to my knowledge, more company than there was company. And I say that because I know for a fact Jason Karamanos, I know for a fact the Yaya Legacy Trust owned 9.7% of Intrepid Studios. I've seen the documents. I have the documents in my hand. And yet Jason, the Yaya Legacy Trust on Jason's own paperwork isn't listed as having that much equity. So that would have only been able to happen in the master service agreement where he realigned everything and said, hey buddy, understand that you have put this much money in, but yeah, it's this one. So somehow Jason went from owning, I'm sorry, I keep saying Jason, but this is another thing that should let you know what a fucking dumbass Jason Karamanos is. You see, he's the trustee for the Yaya Legacy Trust. The problem here is you have a financial conflict of interest. If you're operating as the trustee for the trust, you have a fiduciary responsibility to do things that are best for the trust. But somehow, The Yaya Legacy Trust invested $2.5 million and owns 7.817% of the company. But Jason invests $6.8 million and owns 3% of the company. Well, doesn't seem right. So ultimately, you have $99,412,831.54 invested, divided by 91,087.60 shares. Fucking mind-boggling math to me. Each share of stock should be approximately $1,091. But it's not. Because Thomas owns 40 shares of stock, which should be 43,640, but Thomas's investment is $2 million. So this I'm gonna say this and it's gonna be funny and comical, but you wonder why the fucking economy in Ashes of Creation was total dog shit? Because Steven doesn't know fuck all about running a business. Wasn't the difference in share value per amount invested differ because at one point Steven was in such dire need of money, he gave more equity for less money? No. I wish that was it. I'm gonna show you why this is all fucked up. And it's fucking terrible that it's this fucked up. Give me one moment because I still have these documents in 2 working folders. Lawsuit stuff. I need that. And I need this. So what happened was, and I can't believe Jason didn't go running from the project when this happened. Gentlemen, attached below is Intrepid's cap table that I just made. We didn't have one, apparently. What the fuck? On the 21st of August, 2019, you don't have a cap table? Steven, can we get a shareholder agreement and a cap table for the company that currently shows what Jason currently owns? We believe it should be 4.4% of the outstanding stock, non-dilutable. What? Excuse me? What the fuck? So, what you got was this from Steven. Let me increase the size of the important piece. It's shareholders, board investor, shareholder, Steven Sharif. Okay. So we have 13,755,000 divided by 1,000 shares of stock, meaning each share of stock should be 13,755. So we take 44 shares of stock times 13,755 should only be an investment of 605,220. 13,755 times 22 should be 302, 610. The reason why I have zero sympathy for Jason Karamanis is Jason Karamanis is such a fucking tool that he got a capitalization table and can't do the basic fucking math on it to realize what the fuck. I gave you $2.2 million and I got less than a third of the shares of stock that I should have had. And I've looked at the purchase agreement. I've looked at all the things that are available. And so if Jason can invest $2 million and only get $605,000 in equity, then unfortunately my response to that is good. Fuck him. He has too much money. And if he doesn't like it, he can sit on the top of more pyramids, in his own words, and make more money. Yeah, he pissed away 1.6 million. But then this guy, listening to him speak, he believes he's entitled to the interest on the loan. Once you convert debt into equity, that's it, you're paid off. I owe you $100,000. And I say to you, look, man, money's tight right now. I don't have $100,000. I'll give you one share of PGN Incorporated. And if you say cool, then we do up an agreement and I say, here's your one share of stock and you sign for it. And I say, now I don't owe you $100,000. If 2 months later you come to me and you say, hey, Jay, what's the total value of the company? I don't know, about $5,000. Well, what the fuck, man? You sold me a share of stock for $100,000 when the company's only worth $5,000 total. Be like, yeah, but you're a dumbass. How does the share rebalancing work when a new investor with money comes? Do the shares need to be rebalanced? Depends. And this is another reason why Jason doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. His law firm doesn't protect him. You'll notice that what she said was very important words here. Non-dilutable. We believe it should be 4.4% non-dilutable. Well, that means you can't. That means no matter what you do with the shuffling of the deck, Jason always has 4.4% of the company because it's non-dilutable stock. So what that means is Steven would have to give up ownership shares out of his 934. Let me show you what the big problem is. Steven claimed he was going to invest $30 million into the company, which means this line right here should have represented $30 million. Let me open Excel so that I can recreate what that should look like. So what you should have, whatever, fuck off. You should have Steven, Yaya, Thomas. You should have 934, 44, 22. Steven should be at 30 million even, right? Yaya should be at 2205000. Thomas should be at 2000000, right? Yep. Let me put some commas in there so it's nice and easy to see. Format cells, number. I don't need decimal points. I do want commas. So then what happens is equals sum. Well, nope. No. Shut up. Equals sum. Equals sum. And then I'll show you guys how this should have worked. Okay, so, and again, if Steven had hired me early on, he wouldn't have had any of these problems because this is all the shit that I would have resolved for him. So, you take just the fucking known numbers. Is that figure accurate? No, that number isn't accurate at all. Steven didn't put any money into the company. Steven claims he put money into the company, but Steven has not submitted one piece of evidence that he submitted money into the company. So now, here is the... Oh, I forgot to do one. I forgot to do one number. Give me one more second. So, yep, and we'll do that. Yep. Oh, I forgot to put in the separator. Yep. Okay, so here's where this shit, right off the bat, if they had done the basis correctly, because Steven says, I'm going to be investing 30 million into the company, and there's only going to be 1,000 shares of stock, then this line at the bottom down here means each share of stock should be worth 34,205. Well, you put in $2 million, but you only got, you paid $90,000 a share. You paid $90,909 a share. Jason put in 2.2 million. He paid $50,000 a share. Jason didn't get a fair and equitable dollar amount, no matter which way you slice it. Now, how should this have happened? Here's how Papa J would have done this. Papa J would have been, you know, because I'm Mr. Conductor. You're not gonna cooperate with me today? Okay. So the way we would have done this is okay, sorry, that's my hand not cooperating. Okay. This. So, what should have happened is they should have known how much money they're going to need for the whole project, right? We're going to need $100 million. Cool. So, Steven is going to get out of that. Let me fix that. Steven is going to eventually be 30,000 or 30 million in. Steven's going to have 300 shares of stock. But the problem is, you told Jason he was getting 4.4% of the company on a $2.2 million loan. So you've created a fixed value for the shares of stock. Because this must equal that. You see what I'm saying? You've only given him, right, the 2.0. Yeah, because I didn't copy it over. So this must equal 4.4% of the company. This dollar amount cannot be anything other than 4.4% of the company. So what does that mean? It means Steven at the very beginning fucked up the whole equation because he took a loan in 2017 and he's too fucking dumb to understand that when you say 2.2 million equals 4.4%, then 100% of my company is 50,100,000. You asked, somebody asked, does it all have to be reshuffled as you get in new investors? Well, yeah, but the problem is you can never dilute down Jason's 4.4% share. It means you can turn around and you can say 344.22, right? And you can say this. Oh, hold on. What you could say is you could say, after all is said and done with these first three investors, Steven has 300 shares. Yeah, so every 2.2 million invested going forward. Well, no. Every 2.2 million invested going forward wouldn't necessarily be valued at 4.4%, but it means it's going to get really difficult to get somebody to come in and give you 10 million and only get 3% when somebody else gave you 2.2 million and they got 4.4%. But the problem is you can't do what Steven and John did. You can't sell a part of your company over here. Yeah, I would see them be like, no, I want my X percent for 10 million. So ultimately what happened is they set their ultimate company valuation no higher than 50,100,000. And so you're going to notice this here. This isn't right. If this divided by this is 50,000 and this divided by that is 90,000, then you took advantage of Thomas because you only gave him missing another 50 to finish the game. Fuck. They're missing 200 million to finish the game, and I'm not being facetious. So the problem is when you take out these three variables, now you'll notice Steven's on the hook for 300 million and it doesn't, he's on the hook for 30 million at 300 shares of stock at 100,000 each. That's almost what Thomas paid, but it's half of what Yaya paid. So then Steven has to have 600 shares of stock. But now what do we do about poor Thomas? Well, Thomas needs to get a refund. And now we give Thomas a $900,000 refund. And now we've got our numbers mostly aligned. Mostly aligned. But here's where the problem is. Intrepid now only has 334 shares of stock that they can sell. Steven has 99 shares of stock that he can sell. Because Steven can choose to sell off a portion of his holdings, 99 shares of stock, leaving him with 501, and he retains control of the company. So Steven has the capacity to sell 100 shares of stock and raise 4.9 million. So we take that, right? Bring this up. And so if they had done their capitalization table correctly, Steven invests 30 million, ends up spending about 59,000 per share of stock. but he drops down to 501 shares because he wants to retain controlling interest. So what that allows him to do, right, is it allows him to put 99 shares back into the company or sell them directly. But where they had fucked up completely is their ability to raise more than 71,799,000 was fucked from the very beginning because of Steven playing loose and fast with how he brought Thomas in and how he brought Yaya Legacy Trust in. And you wonder why the economy in Ashes of Creation is fucked up. You're talking about a guy who doesn't know how to build a capitalization table and doesn't know how to not fuck himself in his own ass. Like, literally, you might hate me. You might absolutely fucking hate me, but the last 10 minutes, I've just put on a fucking clinic showing not only where they did it wrong and how they did it wrong, but how they could have at least gotten themselves another 21,699,000 in funding, and Steven would have still been in charge. Now, watch this. Ready? You had Thomas invested at 2 million, but he was invested upside down. So you go to Thomas and you say, hey man, between the $600,000 in contractor payments that we've given you, we want to buy you back out at 1.4 million. Can we have your 22 shares of stock back at 1.4 million? Sure. So now, right? Steven's going to pick up those shares again. Actually, let me not. Well, yeah, I'll give him to Steven at the moment. No, I won't. I'll give him the company. Well, now the company has those shares back. And after buying off Thomas and getting the shares back, you'll notice this number went up to 22. 21. I take these out. 22. All Steven had to have done to not fuck this whole goat, the person I feel worse for is the goat, got fucked in the ass by Steven, was when you made that first $1 million. Oh, sorry. It's because there's your 21 million. We buy Thomas back out, and now the company can raise 22.8 million. You simply buy Thomas back out, and then you say, okay, Yaya Legacy Trust, I can never dilute you down past 4.4%. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to quadruple every set of stock. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep your ownership number the same. I'm going to quadruple what each of us own, because Intrepid Studios is holding 1,800 shares of stock that it can liquidate. And Steven now owns 50% of Intrepid, but he has enough shares to sell to raise another 91 million. Easy fucking peasy. But Steven didn't have anybody. Steven was busy trying to be the CEO. And I don't know what the fuck John was doing. Like, I don't know John Moore enough to speak rudely about him. But if you were the chief financial officer, look at how long that came up. Look at how easily I changed the numbers to give you the shares of stock necessary to raise another $91 million, and Steven doesn't lose control of the company. And as far as anybody ever fucking has to know, Steven is still committed to 30 million. Because on paper, it all looks right. And you wonder why Intrepid Studios failed? You took a fucking $1 million loan at a 20% APR, but you made $2.8 million at Kickstarter. I think what we're going to find out is this. And what I don't think Steven and John have thought through too well. Steven and John, because they're accused of transferring money to their personal accounts, they're going to have to answer to somebody at some point about their personal accounting. Remember, the moment you commingle funds, you make your personal funds subject to subpoena by the opposite side, the IRS, the state's attorney or the district attorney of California or San Diego County. That's like if you come to me and you say, you make an accusation to the IRS and you say, I think Jalan is moving resources out of PGN into his personal bank account. I don't know you shit. But if you report me to the IRS and the IRS rolls up and they say, hey, we've gotten numerous accusations against you that you're pilfering money out of your corporation and putting it in your account. Sure. Here's my corporation's bank accounts. Here's the last 7 years of financial records. Well, we'd like your personal ones. Well, I'd like to not give those to you. So here's the last 7 years of my business account money. And when you come up with a specific date line item that you would like to call into question, then you can go to the judge and you can get a subpoena because now you found something in my corporate records that gives you the leverage to ask the judge for a subpoena for my personal records. And guess what? I am infinitely confident in my bookkeeping that there is not a damn thing in my company records that would get you a subpoena into my personal finances. Because there's no crossover. There's only ever been 3 cash withdrawals in my company. Two for $1,000 each and one for $680 something and change. And that was the $2,600 I gave to PGN to get started. And I have structured loan paperwork that I have to keep for 1 more year. John apparently was transferring money in and out of Intrepid Studios accounts into his own accounts. And what's really dangerous is the way he did it shows to me that he's not even smart enough to be a criminal. So you have an account at ABC Bank. You, as an individual, your company has an account at ABC Bank. This is your corporation. If you want to move money from one account to the other, you don't fucking put it into QuickBooks that says John Moore account 6009. What the fuck did you just do right there, Your Honor? In the company QuickBooks, there's John Moore account 6009 and a $6 million transaction. Can we please have a subpoena for the bank records? Well, John Moore will never give them to you. Yeah, that's why I want the subpoena to ABC Bank so I can go to ABC Bank and force ABC Bank to give me John Moore's banking records. Instead, what you do is you walk in and you say, hey, I'd like to take out $6 million in cash. And the teller says, whoa, motherfucker, I don't got $6 million in cash. Be like, hey, don't worry. I don't actually want the cash. I want to do a counter withdrawal of $6 million cash. And then I immediately want to deposit that into my account. I never want the physical currency. I just want to process it as a cash withdrawal and then a cash deposit into my account. The bank is like, oh, cool, no problem. And the bank will say, well, why don't you want to do it as an electronic transfer? And you say, oh, because I can't commingle funds. I can't pay it has to be a cash withdrawal because I need the operating capital because I owe a debt. And if you say it to that way to the bank, the worst thing the bank is going to make you do is fill out the anti-terrorism form but there's only a 50-50 shot they're going to make you fill out that form because you're not receiving $6 million in cash. And as long as, like, that might get the suspicion of the bank manager, but as long as the bank, hey, I'm just letting you know this is because of a loan that I gave to the company. The company is now matured. The company has the ability to pay me back. The only problem is because I gave the money to the bank. I gave the money to the company in cash. I want to repay it in the same form and fashion. So can we just do it that way? And guess what the bank is going to say? Yes, absolutely. The bank is going to try to nudge you, bump you, guide you into the way they want to do it. But if you just say, I want to do it this way, the bank will say, okay. And then instead of QuickBooks, instead of Robert Dawson and Jason Karamanis having these records that say John Moore personal account or John Moore account 6009, there's going to be a $6 million withdrawal in cash. And when they ask you about it, you simply say, I don't owe you an explanation. I'm the CFO. I don't owe you an explanation. I don't owe the shareholders the explanation. The books are there. I no longer work for you. Shitty attitude, but you technically don't owe anybody an explanation, especially with how their NDAs were written. I'm sorry, I can't speak to you now. Why? Because I'm an ex-employee, and I can't talk to you because all of my job functions. I can't talk to an ex-employer, and you're now my ex-employer. Now, does that get you out of testifying in court? Absolutely fucking not. But they have to have something. They have to have something to have you on the hook for. It's going to be a whole lot different when you're in court. Well, John doesn't ever have to technically testify because he's the defendant. But if he does choose to testify and the other lawyer says, well, can you explain the $6 million cash withdrawal, loan repayment? Can you go into other details? Not without my records, which you now have. Well, there was no record of it. Well, I turned over all of my records to you. This is why Robert Dawson allowing this to happen the way he allowed it to happen. I'm assuming, of course, that John Moore and Stephen Sharif are way smarter than I give them credit for. But if they had been keeping the records clean on 21 March 2026 at 15:51, I did a cash withdrawal of $6 million from our account for a loan repayment. The loan repayment is document Moore loan 2017 0911, whatever fucking loan document. Now, if you didn't have a fucking loan document to be taking the $6 million out for, then what you did was fucking theft and you're going to go to fucking jail for it. It's probably going to be Club Cupcake, but you know what I'm saying? John Moore and Stephen Sharif fucked the goat here. But Jason Karamanis, no, so this is where it gets interesting. Intrepid Studios sold the assets to TFE. The employees of Intrepid Studios were enriching TFE for 2 weeks. 2 weeks of labor. Now, this is where the number is going to fucking blow your panties off. 16,800 man hours, give or take, of enrichment was received by TFE Games Holdings. The moment they moved the intellectual property out of Intrepid into TFE, a smart lawyer, the class action lawyers, a smart lawyer is going to immediately, and they haven't, and I don't know why, they're immediately going to file a lien against TFE for $11.3 million for all of the payroll, the Warren payroll, and all of the penalties. By doing that, they're going to file a secured lien. They should have already done this. Filed a secure lien for all of the intellectual property that TFE Games Holdings holds, they should just literally copy and paste Robert Dawson's UCC 1 lien statement, copy and paste it word for fucking word, and file that lien against TFE. Because those employees worked on Ashes of Creation, but Ashes of Creation, as of 16 January, was owned by TFE. If that class action lawyer were to file that secured lien against TFE, two things happen. TFE can't move the asset again because the senior most creditor would have already filed against them, and they have to open a lawsuit to get it moved. New Ashes news, not really new Ashes news, but just clearing up some of the bullshit, like why Steven is probably guilty as fuck. The other thing is, transfer of liability is one. What the fuck was the other one? Oh, insider foreclosure. Robert Dawson acted as the agent for both Intrepid Studios and TFE Games Holdings. He got his restraining order. Well, Robert Dawson got a restraining order in Nevada. Steven got a restraining order in California. I don't know why Steven thinks the restraining order he got is a big victory. Really, all it is a slowdown and a delay of the process. Yeah, he got it in federal court and he got the ruling that they couldn't expedite the removal of it. That's not a big victory. All this means, well, in a civil case, all this means is stop, slow. How can Robert sue him in Nevada? Great fucking question. Without seeing the loan agreements between Robert and Steven, I don't know if a jurisdiction was established. It is totally possible. Like, for example, when you signed an end user license agreement and a terms of service with Intrepid Studios, you say in their terms of service that you are agreeing that the Superior Court of San Diego is the only applicable court for litigation and mediation. Well, the thing is that I could sue Steven. Jurisdictionally suing across state lines requires federal court. No, it doesn't. Suing across state lines does not require federal court. Even federal court sometimes has jurisdictional problems if you're suing across different federal districts. If I sued Steven for anything related to Ashes of Creation, the video game, I'd have to sue him in San Diego because I agreed to. But if I wanted to sue Steven Sharif for some other business dealings we had, I could sue him in Southern Illinois because that's my court of jurisdiction. He chose to do business with me. We had a reciprocal business agreement with no set jurisdiction. So I could sue him in Southern Illinois. And he would say, well, I'm not subject to the jurisdiction. You're right. That's why I'm suing you where they have jurisdiction over me. And then you can make an argument about why I shouldn't be sued here, including the argument that I don't have standing to bring a case in California because I'm not a resident of California. That's where people lose the narrative a little bit. Now, Steven said it was because his mom used his name on one of her companies in Nevada. Okay. If you are a corporate officer for a company in a state, you can be sued in that state. However, As much as I don't like Steven, I don't like Robert anymore. I don't like Jason anymore. I hate them all equally because they're all fucking shit stains on the underwear of humanity. Steven could be sued. Steven could be sued in Nevada if the lawsuit had to do with his mom's company and he's on the paperwork. Now, the fact that Steven hasn't motioned to dismiss, and I think he has, but I think I think somewhere in there's a jurisdictional hearing, and I think that's coming up later this month, early next month. Steven's going to get his opportunity to walk into Nevada court and say, respectfully, you don't have jurisdiction over me. Again, if Steven wants to sue me if Steven wants to sue me for slander or libel or defamation of character, he has to do that here. He could sue me in the state of California, and I would simply say, Your Honor, I'm an on-air personality for the Paradox Gaming Network Incorporated. We have no corporate headquarters in California. We have no physical location in California. In order for him to sue me, he has to sue the corporation. I haven't set foot in California in 20 plus years. Respectfully, Your Honor, you don't have jurisdiction over me or my corporation. And the judge would be like, yeah, I don't. So he'd look at Steven and say, go sue him where his corporation is set up. Because he'd be like, oh, well, on his Twitch channel, or on his YouTube channel, or on his Twitter. Well, I don't own those things. I don't own me, the human being. I don't own my Twitch channel. And he's fighting the exact same thing because it's jurisdictional, it's procedural jurisdiction. Now, again, if I'm suing Steven about something Ashes of Creation, I must sue him in California because I agreed to by the end user license agreement. You want to sue Xsolla, you have to sue them in California. That's where they're located. Well, what about class action suits? Well, those are a different flavor. Yeah. That's where Intrepid was. Now, where we get the interesting thing about Steven's case. Can Steven be sued in Nevada if he is a resident of Nevada? Yes. Steven claims he is not a resident of Nevada. Well, that should be easy to figure out. Well, it would be easy to figure out if Steven owned a home anywhere, but he doesn't. John owns the home. It's going to be easy. Did Steven file California state income taxes, Nevada, or both? If Steven filed taxes in both states, then the judge is going to look at Steven and say, because you filed taxes here in Nevada, I'm satisfied I have jurisdiction over you. Now, if he only filed on the percentage of income from his mother's company, that's a different story. Be like, Your Honor, I'm required to file this taxes. This piece of this income is earned in Nevada, even though I'm a California resident. But this is the problem with scumbag people. They tend to try to say, you don't have jurisdiction over me. One way, shape, form, or the other, the California court has jurisdiction over Intrepid Studios. But now what we have is Intrepid Studios suing Steven Sharif. Steven Sharif suing Intrepid Studios. Jason Karamanis suing Steven Sharif and Intrepid Studios. Jason wants the MSA undone. Steven wants the Article 9 foreclosure undone. Jason quite literally fucked Robert because we now have to resolve this one first, this one second, and this one third. The big problem we have is the way the American courts work they could resolve that the Article 9 sale is unlawful, and then Robert could redo the Article 9 sale legitimately, because I don't like Robert, I don't like Steven, I don't like any of them, and what I will say is the Article 9 sale wasn't commercially viable. 3 things made it non-commercially viable. Number 1, Robert Dawson was not the senior most creditor, and he failed to give notice to one person that is senior more in creditor status than he is, so he can't do what he did. Period. Dot. Number 2, they forgot to notify Intrepid Studios, the entity, that it was being sold. Silliest shit to say. You need to notify the entity that it's being sold. Number 3, they failed to notify Karen Boyenko that the foreclosure sale was happening. So those 3 things all make the Article 9 foreclosure a non-starter. The other thing they didn't do is they didn't advertise it in any industry commercial periodicals. They did it quickly, and they did not. So here's TFE Games Holdings. Here's Intrepid Studios. Intrepid Studios is sitting on, I'm going to say $70 million worth of debt. Well, no, the Article 9 doesn't fail based on meeting of the minds. If they had notified Karen, notified Commerce West Bank, and notified Intrepid Studios, that piece, the notification piece, would have been fine. The other piece they missed, though, is Intrepid Studios has $70 million versus of $70 million or more in incurred debt, operating expenses, payroll already accrued, and warn notice violations, and all their affiliate programs that they owe, $800,000 in server payments and $80,000 in insurance payments, plus interest and liabilities of about $70 million. Well, what the MMORPG is worth, we don't know. But Robert Dawson, as chairman of the board, and Robert Dawson as owner of TFE, Robert can't buy through his lien the asset if he hasn't ensured there's not a commercial buyer at fair market value, because Robert, as the chairman of the board, has fiduciary obligation to pay the payroll. Now, I know that everyone's going to bring up the Steam payment. Well, if Steven hadn't contacted Commerce West Bank, then the $5.5 million would have come to Intrepid Studios and they would have been able to pay payroll. Well, first of all, they wouldn't have been able to pay 60 days of warn. Second of all, Steven has every right as a shareholder to contact Commerce West Bank and let them know that money that should rightfully go to them is about to go somewhere else. But the problem is, John Moore is allegedly a personal guarantor of the Commerce West Bank $6 million loan. Interestingly enough, when I look at the lien filed by Commerce West Bank, John Moore isn't listed as a personal guarantor. Does it shock me that Steven and or John would reach out to Valve and Commerce West Bank and try to redirect the $5.5 million payment to Commerce West Bank so that John Moore's $6 million in personal liability would be wiped? No, it doesn't surprise me at all. What surprises me is that Steven would do so after lying to the community about when he resigned was. People are like, well, Jay, I don't think you're right with Robert Dawson fucking up this foreclosure because he's got $100 million and you have $1 million, and I think he knows more than you. Cool. You're right. I'll happily address that. Robert Dawson has had 9 businesses forcibly revoked in the state of Nevada alone. The only way to get a business forcibly revoked is by doing shady and sketchy shit. If you're paying your taxes, if you're paying your obligations, if you're not transferring assets, ghosting through companies, if you're filing your annual reports and all that other good shit, they don't forcibly revoke your companies. Robert Dawson, to the best of my knowledge, has had 9 companies forcibly revoked in Nevada. 3 more, I believe, he's closed. He closed at least 1 in Florida called Intrepid Creations. So this man likes to start up companies, do something with them, and then either get them revoked or allow them to wither and die. It's also no shock to me that Robert Dawson talked to an Article 9 attorney on December 27th, where he told the other shareholders, we don't have any personal liability in this mess. And then 2 days later, he created TFE Games Holdings. Robert's fucked. I think he does it to dismantle companies for the money-making assets. Right. The way he did this deal, it's pretty obvious this is what he does. Jason Karamanis is known to be very litigious. He even admitted he has sued 120 different people and he's won 117 times. What he does is he gives people money to start their MLM businesses, and then he loans them money at a predatory rate, 20% or more. And then when they can't pay him back, he sues them because he gets them to personally guarantee the funds. Ladies and gentlemen, Papa Jalan will teach you, you start a limited liability company to limit your fucking liability. It is this simple. This is your pile. Here is your corporate veil. Here is the company's pile. And you don't touch. I don't see how TFE can stand with Article 9 limitations in play. I doubt dude he does not have the highest Article 9 claim. Robert Dawson is at best 4th in order. Also remember, it just so happens that the state of California and the Small Business Administration filed their liens ahead of Robert Dawson. Commerce West Bank also filed ahead of Robert Dawson. What Robert was hoping was that, and where Robert fucked up, was he did the transfer of assets on 16 January and he bumped Commerce West Bank, who's owed $6 million. Robert was hoping that the Steam payment, which Jason claims was going to go pay the employees, they were going to use that Steam payment to pay off Commerce West Bank. Which is funny that Jason says Steven fucked the employees, but then he says they were going to clear the sale with the Steam money. And then they say, well, it was going to be about $8 million. No, motherfucker, it was going to be about $5.5 million. Because Steam takes 30% of the first 10 million. And Epic Games takes 5% of everything over $1.25 million. So you were going to get about 5.5 million by the time it was all said and done. And I don't even know how the fuck they get to 8 million, but we'll let that roll. So what Robert did is he did the Article 9 foreclosure. Commerce West Bank hadn't been paid yet, so that's a big no-no. That's a oopsie whoopsie, we made a fucky wucky. What Robert should have done is he should have made sure that Commerce West Bank was paid off. But now, it's gonna cost Robert, and I don't know if the class action attorney is smart enough to go down this route, but it looks like it's gonna cost Robert about another $18 to $19 million just to free up what he thinks he already owns. Because you bet your ass somebody at Commerce West Bank is now aware of this. Banks don't lose money. Banks don't lose money on lawsuits because banks have attorneys that work for the bank. Like, they're not in your local branch, but like You don't sue fucking British Petroleum. Because at one point, British Petroleum had when it was Amoco, 4 floors of the Amoco building in Chicago were 4 floors of legal team. I want you to fucking think about that for a second. They had 4 floors of petroleum attorneys, labor attorneys, fucking investigative attorneys, banking attorneys. They don't fuck about. Yeah, IBM's lawyers show up. IBM has a fucking team of attorneys. They don't give a shit. They could spend all year in court. They don't fucking care. They're paid for by the company. So Commerce West Bank is now aware of this, and Commerce West Bank is going to get their $6 million. Yeah, 20 fucking lawyers come walking into the office. Exactly. Like this is my legal team. What sucks is those fucking employees are probably never going to get paid because let's say this. Okay, TFE Games Holdings, what's most likely going to happen is the Article 9 foreclosure is going to get reversed. The IP is going to go to Intrepid Studios. Now, Dawson is going to attempt to redo the Article 9 transfer. But it's going to now be under court supervision to be commercially viable. And I would imagine getting slapped onto Intrepid is going to be a lien for $800,000 pending judgment out of that New York, New Jersey case. I imagine a lien will get slapped on for $80,000 for the Aetna case. And now the problem is Robert can't move the video game for $0 because the third-party conservator and the courts will say, hold on, show me that nobody else is interested. So you got a person that comes along and says, well, some small Chinese video game company comes along and says, well, we'll spend $10 million on it. Well, now Robert has to pay 10.00001 million because they will legitimately get some bids, and they'll get bids from game companies that are just interested in buying the assets and reselling the assets on Fab. Because once they buy the assets, they own the assets. Okay, how much can we... If we're not interested in using these assets, it's exclusive in our video game, but we can buy everything Intrepid developed, all the artwork. How much can we really legitimately sell that artwork for? Over 5 years, it'll take us 5 years to remake. We think we'll make $10 million on all the assets they made. All the art, all the animation, all the fucking armor, all the cosmetics, all the mobs, all the creatures, all the shit. We think over a 10 or a 5 year span, we'll make $10 million selling the assets. Okay, fucking buy, then 10 million's our goal because we'll use them for our game and we'll sell the assets outright. Well, now Rob Dawson is going to be like, well, shit, 10 million is going to go into Intrepid. So Intrepid now gets 10 million. Well, Rob will be like, well, I'm owed 80 million. I'm going to pay myself. Well, no, because 6 million goes to Commerce West Bank. They're ahead of you. Now there's only 4 million left. And then because Rob will have already been indicated for insider foreclosure, the courts are going to be like, excuse me, you have an $11.3 million payroll bill that you haven't paid. So pro rata that 4 million, don't pay Stephen Sharif or John Moore because they quit, but pay everybody else the money they owed. See, Rob tried to do this fast so that he could get the asset out of Intrepid into TFE, sell it out of TFE to somebody, make the money, and then Rob didn't even give a fuck that he was gonna cut off the other investors. Rob didn't give a shit that where's this fucking buy-in sheet. Rob did not give two shits that there were all these other people I've seen a document where Rob literally says you're gonna have to buy in. You're gonna have to put in about 25% of what you put in into your other whatever you put in to Intrepid, you're gonna have to put that much into TFE. They were gonna fire 10 underperformers, and then they were gonna lay off an additional 100 people. They were gonna get rid of the San Diego office and move to a virtual working environment. They were going to attempt to buy down the loans from Commerce West Bank and the SBA. They had every goal of pushing this game out and this game being ready in September. They had every belief that they could bump the sub cost to $20 and people would buy it. They thought for the rest of the third quarter of this year that they would sell an additional 120,000 copies. They literally were talking about 400,000 subscribers. 400,000 additional subscribers in September. No, Margaret didn't know shit. The one thing universally everybody has told me is Margaret didn't know shit. They literally talk about doubling the investment on sale so that these guys literally said they're going to make 300 million by launching in September of 2026. And they literally had a plan that they were going to make 300 million by their exit in 2027. Yeah, Margaret didn't know shit, but Margaret knew everything 6 months in advance. These fucking people literally only had a 1-year sustainment plan to make 300 million and then wash their hands of this shit. Raise the sub price to $20 a month. Beta in August, launch in September. It's pretty fucking clear Robert Dawson threw $80 million into something, and then and their big part was they wanted to launch Ashes of Creation, get really big initial numbers so that they could get buyers for the game interested. What they wanted to do was recoup all of the investors' money, double that money, make the numbers look good, and then sell the game and then be out of it so that they got their initial investment back, they got their return on investment, and then fuck it. Robert Dawson seems to have tried being a sovereign citizen and didn't file the papers right. You know what, that shit, Robert Dawson, and I don't give a fuck, he can try to sue me as well, because if he tries to sue me, I get discovery, and he's a lawyer, he fucking knows that. Robert Dawson seems like the fucking guy who bought into Steven's bullshit when Steven said this game is gonna make $1 billion. And Robert's like, I want my cut of $1 billion. And he didn't bother to vet check one thing. And this is what should piss you off. How do these fucking morons have tens of millions of dollars? And the answer is by being scummy people. They don't give a fuck about, like, Steven, for all his bullshit hero worship, like, imagine me with $100 million. Not a single member of my fucking community would ever be homeless or hungry. It might take a while, but I would get fucking housing set up for my community. Like, if you contacted me and said, hey, Jay, I'm down on my luck, I'll be like, okay, where are you at? I'm in fucking Arizona. Cool. What airport? I'm in Scottsdale, Arizona. Cool. I'm flying out. When? Right fucking now. Why? Because you've been a longtime member of my community and you don't deserve to be homeless or hungry. In the 5 or 6 hours it's taking me to get out there, get all your fucking banking records together. Let's see what we can do. Let's see what we can do to help you. You're 70% disabled, U.S. Army, no job, living on disability, do the right thing, got shafted, be a scum. Yeah, so there you go. So that you know, since you're new here, I'm 90% disabled. The Air Force fucked up my first shoulder surgery. My second shoulder surgery was supposed to be a 45-minute surgery. They shattered my whole upper arm when they drilled in the surgical anchor because they didn't plan on doing a surgical anchor screw into my upper arm, and they didn't do any bone density testing. They eyeballed it based on my height and my weight, what my bone density would be. And then, War Wizard, you'll love this. You'll love this. My 15-year mark was 30 September 2017. That was my 15-year mark where I would have been eligible for a partial retirement and concurrent draw. My out of service date was 27 September 2017, and they forced me to sell back 45 days of leave. I had enough days of leave on the book to go past my 15-year mark. They did my VAR reconsideration in less than 10 days. It usually takes 6 months for your VAR reconsideration. My lawyer was out of office when they sent my VAR in. They saw the VAR, they saw the write-up, and somebody must have noticed something. My VAR went from being like 600 in line to done, because they gave me the link to click on it so I could track it, so I could make arrangements. I was like, oh, 600. They do about 100 a month. I've got 6 months on this. I'm number 638. The next day I went into work, fucking done. I showed up to work. You normally get, a month to out process, even in a hurry. I was told you have 4 days to out process. Every day it takes you longer is just one more day of leave you have to sell. You will be out of the Air Force on 27 September, no questions asked. I had braces on for 9 months because I needed jaw surgery. The moment they were deciding to retire me, I no longer needed jaw surgery. I literally went in and they were like, we have an order to take your braces off. The fuck? You were chaptered out of the Army after a tank accident, saved another soldier's life, but my unit hated me and kept me from getting a medical treatment. As a result, I have 1 year, 3 months of service. I was injured further from forced extra PT. Yeah, that sucks. I hate stories like that. They piss me off. Saw the other day, someone showed me the math on how much money you make off just the interest on 50 million. Made me double down on the idea there's no such thing as a good billionaire. About the only rich person I still think is a good person is Dolly Parton. I think the only good publicly known rich person is Dolly Parton. I've worked with an awful lot of good philanthropists. I've worked with an awful lot of people that have shown up and they take like, I was somewhere, holy shit, a U.S. Air Force Base detected drones nearby. That's not good. Yeah, Keanu is a good rich person. But he's not stupid rich, but he's fairly rich. I think the problem we have is we're seeing the story of Yeah, Barksdale. We're seeing this Robert Dawson. Good. You lost $80 million. I'm fucking happy for you. You lost $80 million. Puts a smile on my face. Jason Karamanis lost $9 million or $12.5 million. Good. Fuck you. You weren't being a good person. This is karma taking a bite out of your ass. Steven Sharif calls me a jackass. Right? Steven Sharif calls me a fucking jackass. Look, dude, all I have to say is that I don't take kindly to someone calling me a jackass when you're the one who caused numerous people to lose their livelihoods.
They have an expression.
You caused people to get fucking bent over the rails because you quit. Like, I would have had respect for Steven if he stayed at the company.
I always sucked at gaming. I thought I am a good gamer because I paid the good gamers to PvP for me. I always sucked at gaming. I thought I am a...
Yeah, I'm still streaming. I'm actually about to go eat a salad and chillax for the rest of the day. Tomorrow I'm going to stream as well. There's the happy new download Star Trek Fleet Command link right about there in chat. I'm going to stream that tomorrow for 2 hours because that money will just go straight to charity. Remember when Jalon made 250 people unemployed because his tiny dick got mashed? Oh, wait, that was Steven. Yeah. Do I plan on testing Scars of Honor in April? Yes, I am not on vacation in April. Normally, just so everybody knows, if you're new here and you haven't hit the follow button, I'm not offended. But I'll be gone a lot this summer because I'm still battling to keep my feet and keep my hands and keep my vision. So I'm taking all of my kids, I'm taking the younger kids to Universal and Disney in May, June, August, September, October, and December. And then if I lose my vision and lose my feet at the end of this year, that's okay. I'm a lot like Asmongold. I don't need donations. Donations always go to Extra Life, Brady's Children's Hospital, and then to PGN Music. It's old now. Yeah, it's old now, but if they want to pay me $35 an hour to show a game, the dollar amount is right. $70 for kids. I'm cool with that. I will always do these sponsorships because it's real simple, right? And I will always show these. When I do these things are just money for the kids. I don't need it, right? I don't need the $87 for Where Winds Meet. If they want to pay me $87, go ahead. What has me in a fight to keep myself in one piece? Non-diabetic idiopathic small cluster neuropathy. I have neuropathy in my hands and my feet. They believe the nerve in my eye is why my vision is getting bad, and they know near my heart, one of my nerve clusters in my heart is no good. I also have an entirely dead nerve in the back of my leg. What did I do in the military? When I was enlisted for 7 years, I was a 4 Alpha 2, which is a biomedical equipment maintenance repair technician. And then I got the full frontal lobotomy. I got my commission, and I was a 21R, which is a logistics readiness officer. Inside of logistics readiness, I did mostly contingency planning and fuels management. I love the smell of JP8 in the morning, which we don't even have anymore. We use Jet A. There's nothing like being hungover and going doing a cryo test. Yeah, sounds like my nervous system is military grade. Fucking made by the lowest bidder. Fucking no refunds, no returns, no deposits. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. Was I ever exposed to mobile synthetic oils? Well, yeah, I was exposed to synthetics both in the field and at the fuels lab, because we did the fuels. I ran the technical side of the fuels lab at Wright-Patterson. Oh yeah, those oils destroy nerves. That is true. But you know what they would tell me, right? If I tried to bring that up, you know what the Army or the DOD would say? We never told you to get that shit on you. The same shit they told the people about the burn pits. We never told you to inhale. Yeah, not service connected. Like my bilateral hearing loss. I have bilateral hearing loss that's not service connected on the same day that you gave me service connected for tinnitus. How the fuck do I have tinnitus that's service related from an incident of exposure, but my bilateral hearing loss isn't? Anyway, I'm gonna go eat a salad, take a walk. You all do the same. I'll see you tomorrow for some charity money raising.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalon's imagination.